The Academic Goals and Instructional Improvement Committee will begin now. Please take your seats. First item.
Wait, we got to do
Let's do a roll call.
Oops, sorry.
Dr. Beebe.
Here.
Dr. Beebe is present. Ms. Bofi.
Here.
Ms. Bofi is present. Ms. Bradford.
Here.
Ms. Bradford is present. Mr. Garvey. Mr. Garvey is present. Mr. Gio. Mr. Gio is not present. Ms. Hill. Ms. Hill is present. Mr. Lee. Mr. Lee is not present. Dr. Moranti.
Present.
Dr. Moranti is present. Ms. Orange Jones.
Present.
Ms. Orange Jones is present. Mr. Romer. Mr. Romer is present. Mr. Chausson.
Here.
Mr. Chausson is present. You have a quorum.
Thank you. First item.
Your consent agenda is ready for approval, adding items 3.1, 5.1, 5.2, and 4.2.
I'll move approval of the consent agenda.
Do you have a second?
A second.
Thank you, Ms. Bofi. Any comments or questions? Anyone opposed to the motion? Motion carries. Next
I'd
item.
like to, Madam Chair, if I could, request item 2.3 be taken out of order and taken first.
We have a motion to take 3.2 out of order and take it first. Do I have a second?
I second.
Thank you, Ms. Bofi. I believe that requires a roll call vote. No, ma'am. No, just a majority. Any objections to taking this item out of order? Hearing none, we will proceed with item 2.2. Let me just say a couple of things before we start on this Common Core. We've been here a long time, and all of you have waited so patiently. You've done a very good job with holding to our 2 minutes. You're going to dislike me because I'm going to make us stay with 2 minutes because we have 70-plus speakers. We will be here 3.5 hours if we stick to 2 minutes. Here's what I want to say to you. I'm very passionate about the fact that you all are here. I think it's exciting when people become involved in the process of education because it shows that we're on the same team. We are here for our children. We may not agree, but we are here for the children, and I appreciate that fact, and I thank you for being here. We do have some rules of conduct and proper board etiquette and meeting protocol. This will be a surprise to some of us because we just went over this at our BESE retreat. So I'm going to give us an opportunity to practice the rules. Board members, please remember that you can only speak twice on a motion without special permission, so use your times wisely. Our discussion must be germane to the topic of the agenda item. Please turn off your cell phones, and should you need to take a call, please step out to do so. Audience members are asked to go outside the room for personal discussions. Comment cards should be submitted now, if you've not done so also yet, so that you will be recognized. All speakers should address the board and the staff in a decorous manner. Persons addressing the committee board should confine their remarks to the merits of specific agenda item that is before the committee board. Address all your remarks through the presiding chair, which is me. Refrain from speaking adversely on an action that is not pending. Refrain from disturbing the meeting. Public comments are limited to 2 minutes each for this item so that all speakers will have that opportunity to speak. Please be sure you identify yourself in any group if you represent one. Please remember that this is a time for public comments and not a question and answer format. However, if you have a question, we are going to make paper available to you because we do want to submit those to the department for answers. But this is so that we can get to everyone and get through this item. We ask that when you have a specific question, you would write that down and submit it with your email address so that we can be sure that we can get that to you. Again, I really thank you for your passionate concern for the children of our state. And I thank you for participating in this process. You will understand when you get the gavel, it is not personal. It is just a matter that I want everyone to have the opportunity to hear. and be heard. And I would ask that, though I love the applause and I don't want to hinder that in any way, it does sometimes step on our speaker so that we can't hear the remainder of their comments, and or the person that's waiting to be heard may not be heard. So I just leave that with your discretion. And with that, we will begin.
Madam
Next
Chair.
item. Yes, Ms. Bopey.
I would request that you call up 6 speakers at a time. We have 6 chairs here, and I think that would expedite the process.
We'll certainly do that.
Thank you.
Would you read the item?
The item is consideration of a status report regarding the implementation of the Common Core state standards and accompanying park assessments in Louisiana, including the technology requirements of school systems and the implications of halting the transition to Common Core state standards. This was added to the agenda by Dr. Beebe, and the recommendation is to receive.
I move.
Thank you. And do I have a second on this motion?
Second.
Thank you, Ms. Hill. Any comments or questions? I think I've asked that the superintendent prepare a PowerPoint, since it was an informational question.
Well, actually, it wasn't an informational request, but that's between BESE staff and we decided. I mean, I didn't have a problem. I wanted it on the agenda, and I do have a copy of my email request. It was a discussion of Common Core.
No, it is your item.
Okay.
But do you want him to present his?
I don't have a problem.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chairman. I'm going to walk through, and I believe it's being posted on the monitors, and
Board docs.
I'm sorry. Sorry.
while that's being done, I appreciate, Dr. Beebe, your request for a presentation, a report, and a consideration of the report by the board. I, too, want to thank all involved here, whether you're parents, whether you're teachers, whether you're advocates. I'm looking forward to the discussion about this. And we thought that we might start by about a 10-minute presentation that just lays out some facts. So I'm going to move fairly quickly. The request was for an update on what is obviously a large and many-year initiative. We're now 3.5 years into a 5-year initiative, so there's a lot of information here, but I'm going to move fairly quickly. I just want to make sure that we're all speaking from some foundation of understanding together. And I, too, Madam Chairman, look forward very much to the discussion. Do you have that ready yet? We could perhaps just wait 1 minute. I do think it's important that this be shared with the public.
Madam Chair,
Yes, Mr. Lee.
can we possibly cover other agenda items while we're waiting for that to be?
He suggested that we take another agenda item while we're waiting. I think we'd have to have another board motion. Thank you.
What is he waiting for?
Do we have someone who could help in facilities? Leave at 5, so we're hoping to find someone still around. It is uploaded to Board Docs, so if you have an iPad or something, you can check there.
Does this connect to and Bridget, does that connect to that?
didn't get very far. I've got a second to my motion. I heard him.
I keep thinking we're going to have it any second.
It's all even. Say they have it.
They're talking about
Do
it.
they have it? We'll have it quick.
Someone took my
I can go ahead and give my comment. Ms. Brand.
I see what you're saying. All right, we have a second and a motion to take another item.
Ms. Bradford, I give you my comments to my item, if you would prefer that.
All right, he's going to go ahead and
All right,
start. with
I will go ahead and start the presentation, and then the team can get this up and running. Thank you very much. I'm going to walk through first the rationale, just to bring us back 3.5 years ago to the original decision that you made regarding the Common Core State Standards. I'm then going to talk about what has happened since then, what the standards actually are, and what is going to happen in the future, as a way of providing all of us a basis of fact within which to have the discussion. So let me just start by talking about the situation that our country finds itself in today. A report last week was issued that kind of flew into the radar screen, but in the national media was prominent, that surveyed the 28 most developed nations in the world on just basic adult skills. In those skills, across those countries, only 2 countries scored lower across their adult populations in the average math skills than did the United States. And in literacy, we finished just in the middle of the pack. Even more troublingly, the average 30-year-old in our country has both math skills and literacy skills that are demonstrably behind where the average 30-year-old was 20 years ago. We have statistical evidence that our country, relative to its peers, is struggling. And analyses show that this does not have anything to do with poverty or with wealth, that actually our wealthy citizens are behind the wealthy citizens of other nations, and that our poor citizens are behind in their skills the poor citizens of other countries. And it's that place from which this issue started. Knowing that we need to maintain our competitiveness as a country is where this issue started. That holds true in our state as well. We're struggling as a nation to keep up with a world whose education skills are advancing. And for a whole host of reasons, and by no one's fault, at the same time, we in Louisiana find ourselves toward the bottom of that even struggling country. We rank between 46th and 48th in literacy and math measures across our country, which itself is already struggling to keep up. Again, only 2 nations of 28 developed countries perform worse than we do in basic math skills. Now, then compare that to the opportunities our state is facing. Incredible opportunity, including 86,000 new jobs over the next 5 years will be created by economic development in our state. 24% increase in professional, scientific, and technical services jobs. So it's clear that the question ahead of us is, who's going to take those jobs? And is it going to be Louisiana citizens prepared to take those jobs? Or is it going to be people from out of state and out of country who are more competitive and ready to take those positions? That's where this started 3.5 years ago at this board. So what is a standard? As a board, BESE, some of you were here, some of you weren't, chose a route to changing that, starting with changing our standards. A standard is a minimum description of what a student should be able to do. And it happens to be in these two areas that we're talking about today. Math, where our nation is struggling and where our state is struggling. Literacy, where our nation is struggling and where our state is struggling. State law requires you to maintain standards, and over time, you have changed standards, and several of you were on the board actually the last time, or one of you at least, the last time the board was changed, the standards were changed. That was 2004. Thank you very much. So if we could flip to slide 5. In 2004, you made adjustments to the basic standards. We are here now 10 years later. And the Common Core state standards are minimum descriptions of what kids in Louisiana should be able to do in the areas of literacy and math in response to our competitiveness crisis as a state and as a country. Now, we had standards before, and the Fordham Institute has examined our standards before to see how strong and how competitive were they. What they said is this, and they said this 3 years ago: our English language arts standards are a B+. Not bad. Our mathematics standards are a C. So here you have C-rated standards, basic expectations, in a state that is ranked 46th to 48th in math and ELA, in a nation that ranks 3rd from the bottom among developed nations in adult math skills. It is an obvious thing to upgrade our standards to be competitive, our minimum expectations for our citizens' basic skills. And that is why we did that. States beyond Louisiana recognized the need to do this. They came together, and under the umbrella of the National Governors Association and the Council of Chief State School Officers, states got together recognizing that they had a competitiveness challenge, that it no longer made any sense to call proficient in New Hampshire something different from proficient in Oklahoma, from proficient in California and Louisiana. That a kid in Louisiana is just as smart as anywhere in America and should be able to read as well and do math just as well as anyone else. These standards employed scholars who based research on international comparisons as well as domestic studies, surveys of what was expected in terms of entering college and the workforce, and data that came from tests like the NAEP that we already administer across our state and that have international comparability. Now, it has been said, and I know it will be said by many here, that the federal government has played a role, if not in developing these standards, then in perpetuating them. And it is true that Race to the Top was a federal grant program for which this state applied. This state did not receive competitive money in Race to the Top in either round, thus losing, but it is true that a condition of applying for Race to the Top was having competitive standards. It didn't require the college and it didn't require the Common Core standards, but it did require competitive standards. This state did not win that. The state got a nominal amount of money, most of which was passed through to school systems later on, and at any time could have said to the federal government, we're changing the standards we want, we're going to move to these standards. But the state has been down a 5-year implementation. We're 3.5 years through, and the BESE board has chosen to keep these standards for reasons of competitiveness nationally and internationally. And I'm happy to talk more about the federal role of this. So let's talk about what this is actually looking like then in the classroom and how these were actually developed. And if we turn to the research and benchmarking behind, this was derived based on knowledge that had been developed, as I said, through research, through gathering of workplace studies, as well as through comparisons internationally. But perhaps most important, one state which has demonstrated the greatest progress and the highest level of achievement in our country, Massachusetts, has served as a benchmark on which these standards can be modeled. And Massachusetts is a lead participant still today, even though their standards are internationally recognized as among the highest quality. They've been a lead developer of the Common Core state standards, alongside Louisiana and a set of other states. The standards were developed by educators, including those in Louisiana, college professors, content experts, organizations like the NEA, the AFT, the National Council of Teachers of Mathematics, and on, were supportive of this. Was it supported by everybody? No. Not every single group signed on to this. but our nation's most respected policy and education groups, as well as our states, have supported this venture. The standards were reviewed and they were endorsed by major business organizations, policy organizations, as well as educators and academics who validated the standards, now looking 5 years back. Louisiana then conducted a review process of its own, and more of you than just Mr. Lee were on the board at this time. The draft standards were released for public comment in March of 2010. They were adopted several months later and open for comment over those 3 months, including review by the organizations that are below, the school boards organization, the LAE, the LFT, and on down the line. All were officially commented on the standards. And ultimately, BESE's endorsement of the standards was based on an overwhelmingly positive review by those groups and by the public. Commenters said they were more rigorous. They were aligned to what would be expected in the workforce. In July 2010, 4 months after they were announced publicly in March of 2010, the BESE board adopted them as their English language arts and math standards. Now, as we said, this has happened in many states across the country. Some states, like Louisiana, had reasonably strong English standards before. But I also think it's important that we look at, from a parent's or from a teacher's perspective, what do these standards then actually yield in terms of a student's assignment? And even while our English language arts standards were strong reasonably before, look at how different what we're asking a child to do on an English assignment actually is because of these standards. You see on the left that the old GLE asks a student to identify themes, a point of view. You see on the right that the child is asked to not only do something relatively rote and low level like identification, but to summarize, to describe in depth, and to draw on specific details, asking a student to think at a higher level. The same is true in math, but the shift is almost even more dramatic. You see in math that our standards are noted as clearly inferior. And remember, our country is third from the bottom, and we are also third from the bottom within that country. So let's look at how a math standard or a math assignment actually changes with this process. On the left, the current GLE, as on the LEAP test, requires that a student be able to multiply a 3-digit by 11-digit numbers, 2-digit by 2-digit. This is for a 4th grader. But on the right, you see that yes, they have to multiply it, they have to get it right, but also they have to use strategies, multiple strategies, in order to achieve it. And it specifies the strategy so that we can ensure the rigor. It allows kids critical thinking and demands that they not just use shortcuts, but they actually think their way through the problem, because that's what's going to be required in life down the line. This doesn't get talked about enough. Our bubble tests have served an important purpose, but those examples should go to show you that we are moving away from bubble testing by way of these standards, and it is high time. We've joined 25 other states in designing new high-quality assessments. We are a governing member of that test body, meaning we help to create that test that demands more than the LEAP, no more bubble testing alone. 14 educators are involved in actually creating those test items from Louisiana. 26 advised that process from Louisiana. 25 other teachers and administrators are working on various working groups associated with that test from Louisiana. And these tests will be ready in 2015. We are in the driver's seat in our state in terms of creating these assessments. So our transition plan to those assessments, a lot has been made of this. I think it is important, as we talk about timeline, I know there's been concerns expressed about the timeline, to note that this timeline did not start this year. This timeline started in 2010, in March when these standards were posted, in July when they were adopted. And the process has been a gradual one over a 5-year period. Now we're in 2013-14, the 4th year of that process. I'm not going to walk through all of it, but to give you a basic outline. In 2010 and 2011, there were general awareness presentations given to districts. There was a crosswalk designed so the teachers understood how the old standards related to the newer standards. There were initial trainings received. And higher education joined us to create their own implementation team. And I thank the Regents and Gene Burns for being here today. In 2011 and 12, the network teams were formed to support districts, and Compass and the Common Core became the state's highest academic priorities. Common Core aligned items, questions, came onto our tests. 10% of our tests were already aligned, began to be aligned that year with the Common Core. Districts started working on technology readiness, and the technology readiness footprint was produced. Last year, kindergarten through 2 educators fully implemented the standards. The tests started to have items that actually counted on them that were aligned with the Common Core state standards. Our network teams worked specifically with districts, and the development of the classroom support toolbox that would provide a guide for every single teacher in the state started. We also started the Louisiana Teachers Program to train 2,000 teachers across the state, at least one per school, in how to use tools to ensure that they could make shifts necessary in their day-to-day practice to align with the new standards. And I'll close our presentation by talking about that strategy and what happens next. Our strategy starts with student expectations. We are moving toward independent thinking, away from bubble tests and test-taking skills. Our tests are going to actually measure evidence. We're going to ask for critical thinking, and we have to support our teachers in getting there. Instructional materials are changing too. Publishers are delivering their resources digitally. They are aligning their materials with the Common Core state standards, and so our support strategy is to produce tools to help teachers make these shifts in their classroom and determine what's appropriate to teach and when. 2, to give them training to prepare, and 3, to try to give them as much time as they can to work together to figure this piece out. Our teacher support toolbox at every grade level and in English and in math has sample units, sample long-term plans, sample videos, sample lessons to guide teachers in making those choices. And I welcome you to explore it. In terms of training support, 2,000 teacher leaders were trained in 4-day sessions. They have retrained 20,000 educators across our state, an average of 10 each. 800 Louisiana teachers were trained this summer alone by the College Board on advanced placement, which aligns to the new standards, and 1,100 were trained through a DeForest training that actually allows for models in terms of how to collaborate and re-deliver, reflect on results, and improve classroom practice. All told, nearly 25,000 educators trained in the last 6 months alone for practice aligned with the new standards. Finally, our network teams, staffed by some of the state's top former superintendents, assistant superintendents, and principals, are focused on working with districts to allow their teachers as much collaboration time as possible. You have eliminated many of the onerous time requirements so that districts have been able to make the choice for more professional development in your Bulletin 741 changes, and I appreciate so greatly your support of that. We've aligned federal dollars by giving more flexibility than ever before so that districts can actually spend on the professional development that matters and start using Title II dollars for what works in the classroom. All of that to support our superintendents, their district teams, principals, and teachers. And so in terms of what's ahead, this year, assessments will align to the new standards. We will still have the LEAP, but assessments will fully align to the new standards. Next year, now 18 months from now, assessments will be not only aligned to the new standards, but they'll be the ones that other states take. We created those tests alongside other states. We'll continue to add to our toolbox just as publishers will continue to create Common Core aligned curriculum. And we are asking you, to my discussion with Dr. Beebe on the final slide, to work with us to make policy so that this transition over the next couple of years is a smooth one. This year, as I said, students are taking the LEAP and iLEAP, but it'll be more rigorous. Next year, the test will also be rigorous. And we've proposed a scoring method that does not humiliate or denigrate schools and educators. 2, a letter grade cushion that allows for not a large drop, if any drop, in schools that are making this transition. We also plan to bring educator effectiveness policy, as my discussion with Ms. Beebe and Mr. Lee indicated, that ensures that we take some of the pressure off of teachers. And we ensure a promotion policy that does not even risk hurting kids as we go through this process. Those policies you'll be considering as transition policy in December and January. I hope that gives you some basis for this. It's been a long road. I know many in the room have different views on it, and I know that the media has taken a very obvious interest in it recently. But I ask that you remember that more than anything, that this has been a long process, a lot of work in getting to this point, and that the solutions that we make, the continual adjustments that we're going to make in policy, are ones that have to also take a long-term view. We are making a generational shift in raising expectations so that our kids have a chance of competing in an economy that is not kind to those who don't have the skills that ready them to compete. And I thank you for being a board that supports that idea. Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Thank you, Superintendent. Ms. Beebe, Dr. Beebe, this is your motion, and so you can speak to it first if you're so inclined.
Thank you, Ms. Bradford.
I've heard from the audience, excuse me, that they're having difficulty hearing us, so if everybody would please be sure and lean into their mics.
Okay, I want to start off by saying, and certainly for the media, Mr. Wheel, as an educator of 29 years, I'm not against standards. In fact, it would be hypocritical of me to say that I oppose standards. I'm aware of Common Core. I understand that BESE approved it in 2010. That was prior to many of us on, at least 5 of us on BESE. So, you know, we don't take credit for it. But I do know that I think much of the confusion we see today is due to a lack of education, a lack of communication. Because recently the Phi Delta Kappa, there was a study performed by Phi Delta Kappa, and it was reported that only 62% of the Americans understand Common Core, know what it is. Only 41% within that study indicated that they thought Common Core standards would make Americans compete globally, more competitive globally. And 36% indicated that testing was hurting school performance. 41% indicated that there would be no difference. But the reason I placed this item on the agenda, as a BESE representative, I have a responsibility to my constituents. I received hundreds of emails. I have been invited to town hall meetings whereby concerned citizens communicated those concerns. I do want to share some of those concerns. The fact that it's a federally imposed curriculum, I will be the first to acknowledge, agreeing with Superintendent White, this is not true. Teachers today in St. Martin Parish and in school systems throughout Louisiana are writing curricula. My concern there is the quality. Many of our teachers earned bachelor's degrees, might have been responsible for a 3-hour course in curriculum development. So they are not curriculum writers. I also understand the backers of Common Core, and that's where much of the dissension comes into play. Bill Gates Foundation, you know them all. I'm not going to bore you with all of the major players. But they have indicated that they have identified the standards, and that's the starting point. What is being reported is that there are groups working on a national curriculum. There are also financial implications, and I speak to this from the perspective not only as a BESE member, but as a superintendent of a local district. I am indeed fortunate that the taxpayers of my school system recently approved a $40 million bond, which will allow us the money to address technology infrastructure. When we address park, we're preparing for the park assessment, so we will need these resources. And then when I speak of resources, inappropriate or a lack of resources available to our teachers. In fact, we just heard the presentation, and Mr. White, I want to applaud you. You're great at what you do, because you pointed out the toolbox, and I have had conversations with teachers, with leaders, and the information in the toolbox is lacking, particularly when we have teachers with different skill sets. In fact, I just received a text that one of my teachers resigned today because of frustrations, and then there is a lack of quality certified teachers out there, and it's not unique to my region. I mean, you can ask any personnel director in Louisiana about the availability of quality teachers, certified teachers. So again, with this new person I'm going to have come in to our district tomorrow, they don't know what, he or she likely does not know what Common Core is. So yes, some districts have provided training. We have provided training within our school system, but we did not reach everyone. So that is certainly going to hamper success. Also, I have to address the hasty, haphazard implementation. This is indeed reality. It reminds me of the teacher evaluation program when, again, you hear the statement made that we're building the airplane as we fly it. That's a reality. Again, I will also say that there is a failure to transition into, while you have so eloquently stated in your PowerPoint that we did have the transition, I will agree, I acknowledge in K and 1 we were presented a math curricula, but then the LDOE left it to districts to have autonomy. We're giving our teachers autonomy. Well, let me tell you, sir, our teachers, many, and I don't want to speak for all, they don't want the autonomy. They want a guide, they want something to use that will assist them in being effective, taking into consideration the value-added model and also Compass, because SLTs are also of concern. There's also reported by my constituents fear of the use of a national database. Now, I recently intercepted a letter from the In-Bloom CEO, where he has a conversation with you, Superintendent White. I think it was June 2013, where he, it was, as I understand it, a mutual discontinuation of the contractual agreement, memorandum of understanding, because of Louisiana's recording of student social security numbers. And so they were, as I understand it, this gentleman was happy to move away from the contract with In-Bloom. Now also here, there have been reports, and this again coming from my constituents, that the Louisiana workforce is building a database, and they're going to track, or they will be requesting student information. That is yet to be confirmed. And again, we know that big business is promoting Common Core, and you follow the money, and that's what people are, and I applaud you, those of you who are here to speak to your convictions, whether you agree with me or not. But the concern is that you have these external forces dictating to Louisiana the curricula and standards. The technology. Again, mentioning the technology challenges. Again, some school systems, and yes, they are ready to embrace this. However, in the poor northern states, some of them, they don't have the financial means to address the technology. Also, when we look at the experience in other states with PARC or with the assessments, there has been a drop in student achievement. Kentucky, 40-something%. And as I understand it, some of these states are not holding their teachers to a teacher evaluation measure at this point in time. They are responsible individuals, according to my belief, and that they recognize, yes, reform is needed, but let's be responsible, and so they're accepting that responsibility. As I understand it, there was a 26% drop in ELA in one state and 30% in math. So again, the question is, if we give our teachers autonomy with little support, how do we know that there will be consistency in rigor and expectations? I've even heard of some districts telling teachers to scaffold the grading. You know, we understand the rigor of the standards, and then our teachers are teaching to those standards they're accepting their role seriously. But then let's water down the test expectations. So are we really creating the picture of success? Because it may appear on paper, Mr. White, that our students are being successful, but it's with a scaffolding approach. Again, a lack of professional development for teachers. And I do recognize that 2,000 teachers were trained, and you're proposing an additional 4,000 teacher leaders. But again, you made reference to 20,000 teachers. We are not taking into account the first-hand presentations to those individuals. The fact that researchers have indicated that these standards are developmentally inappropriate, and I understand that states are given 15% flexibility, at least in for states to deviate from the standards. And there are also, I've heard from parents, there are concerns with increased diagnoses for depression among students. We are increasing the rigor and expectations for our young students. They're not allowed to be children. They're being deprived of playtime. In fact, this is not Lottie Beebe. I was listening to watching a television report where a psychologist indicated that children he's seeing an increase in depression. Doctors are being asked to increase ADD, ADHD medications. And like I said, as a superintendent, and a BESE member, I'm kind of caught between a rock and a hard place, because I taught students, and I know for a fact they would tell you that I was a teacher who established high expectations, but realistic expectations. And then I have told my staff at home. In fact, I attended a meeting just Sunday in a district I represent in a community. And the parents were ready to attack the parish school board and the superintendent, the district superintendent. And I went to their defense, because I said they didn't create this. But you have to understand, as leaders, you have to say within your district, this is the mandate that BESE has charged us with, and we're moving forward. Because parents, at the end of the day, we have to educate your children to perform successfully on the PARC assessment. And that's what we do as leaders. Whether it's my personal opinion or professional opinion, whatever I think about Common Core, that is the charge presented to school systems. And then we've heard about studies. Well, the PEARLS, Progress in International Reading Literacy, yes, the study ranked Hong Kong, Russia, Finland, and Singapore as the top countries. But are test scores of U.S. students actually falling? 1995 to 2011, the math scores of 4th to 8th graders increased. And I bring this up because the fact is, over the last decade, Louisiana test scores, student achievement, was on the rise. But that information is no longer available for public view. But going back to this study, science scores did not fall. Reading scores increased from 2000 to 2011. And again, we hold up Finland. Finland has low poverty, people. It has no steady diet of standardized tests. Teachers spend hours in professional learning. They have job-embedded professional learning. So if we want to do it like Finland, let's do all of the above. They place emphasis on creativity, the arts, and problem solving. Again, the Program for International Student Assessment. 60 countries, 34 members of the Organization of Economic and Collaborative Development. The international assessment of 15-year-olds reading, math, and science. U.S. ranked 14th in reading, 17th in science, 25th in math. The note it was overstated because the United States tied with several countries. And again, our president seized the opportunity, over-sensationalized. It was his Sputnik moment. Citing results that we're losing ground to China and India when neither participated in the exam. Orny Duncan, our U.S. Secretary of Education, also seized the moment. A wake-up for America. Scores did not decline. I will add, reading and math scores in the United States were consistent with 2000, 2003, and 2006. In science, U.S. students scored higher in 2006 than previously. And this is the important note, when comparing students, our students, those that come from less than 10% of poverty, students had scores equal to Shanghai, and they were significantly better than Finland, the Republic of Korea, Canada, New Zealand, Japan, and Australia. And United States students in low poverty schools are higher than the international average. Scores decline as poverty increases in other nations. Morton Cornoy and Richard Rothstein argued that the United States was actually 4th in reading and 10th in math due to a sampling area. Now you believe who you want. So the blame game. 1957, schools were blamed for Soviets and Sputnik. 1983, schools blamed for success of Japanese auto industry. The nation at risk failed to realize the lack of foresight of auto leaders. And once again, income equality cannot be ignored. And then when we see those schools that are unsuccessful, poverty is attributed to that lack of performance. And I say this, that some of you may think of poverty as just having a lack of means to purchase the material things you want. But there is another kind of poverty that I know firsthand that many on this board have no clue. There is poverty with dysfunction. And as Ms. Hill knows, and that's why she advocates that we need some social services within our schools to help our schools. We need to prepare our teachers, arm our teachers with the resources they need. And then I will say that poverty bears a strong correlation to student achievement. And poverty, I'm not using it as an excuse because I am who I am today. I always acknowledge God first, but my education. And it is an issue that our legislators, our elected officials need to address. Louisiana's poverty is at 19.2, the second highest in the nation and the highest in the South. More than 31% of Louisiana's children live in poverty. It ranks 48th in the nation and highest in the South. And then I can go on and on and on. But, again, when we look at NAEP, we see that the black-white achievement gap is smaller. And in contrast to the racial achievement gap, which narrowed, the income gap is growing. Income gap is 2 times as large as the black-white achievement gap. And Sean Reardon of Stanford University says income-based gap is growing because the most affluent parents invest in kids' cognitive development, tutoring. They provide tutoring, summer camp, computer travel, and other enriching experiences. So again, policymakers are invested in strategies that are misguided and ineffectual as long as a society ignores the high levels of poverty and racial isolation, children live in areas of high crime, incarceration, violence, and stress disorders. So what is missing in this education reform discussion is an appreciation for the value of local and regional efforts, small-scale programs that rely on local initiatives for implementation. So once again, I did honor the request of several constituents, specifically to add this item to the agenda. And I will close in saying that, again, those of you within school systems, parents, please understand that superintendents and school boards and educators have a responsibility, the charge, to implement Common Core and to do the best possible job they can to impact student outcomes.
Thank you, Dr. Beebe. Are there other comments or questions from the board? If not, then we're going to move to the public comment section. When I call your name, if you'll please come. Jean Barnes, who timed her card, she's been here since 8:30. Stephanie Cargill, who's representing a group, and this is what a group consists of, people who have names on their cards that are here, are present, or have been here. So Stephanie Cargill. The other names are Lana Venable, Sarah Kyer, Shonda Stacy, Jennifer Hughes, Lawrence Wilkinson, Shannon Vento, Roy DeNicola, and Charles Davis. Also, please come to the desk, Lakeisha McKinney, the State Teacher of the Year. I just want to put that plug in. Bruce Conk, Diane Long, and Ralph Rochotto. Ms. Barnes, please remember to identify yourselves and the group you represent.
My name is Jean Burns. I'm Associate Commissioner for Teacher and Leadership Initiatives for the Louisiana Board of Regents. I'm here speaking on behalf of the Louisiana Board of Regents, our 4 university systems, our public universities, and our 2-year colleges. I'm one person, but I'm here representing the voice of many different university faculty members and leaders who have been involved in Common Core and PARC activities. We've been engaged in discussions pertaining to the Common Core and PARC for over 2 years now. And we are convinced that as students exit high schools, having been exposed to the Common Core state standards through schools within our state, that they're going to be much better prepared for entry into our colleges and universities within the state. We are in support of the Common Core state standards and PARC assessments. And I want to share with you a little bit of what we've already done in higher education in order to be prepared for the implementation of Common Core and PARC. When BESE first adopted the Common Core state standards and made a decision to be a part of the PARC consortium, our Commissioner of Higher Education and our 4 university system presidents were asked to sign a letter of commitment and support BESE and support the Louisiana Department of Education with the development of the new PARC assessments, which our presidents did. Our university presidents and chancellors met during August of 2011 with the state superintendent at that time and our Commissioner of Higher Ed. They brought their leadership teams, and the intent and purpose was for them to develop an understanding of the Common Core state standards and PARC, and to determine what their role would be in supporting this effort. It was important for our colleges and universities to start to become involved in these discussions at that point in time, because there is the expectation that all of our universities in the state will accept the Algebra 2 and the English 3 PARC scores for placement into entry-level English and mathematics courses at our universities within the future.
And Ms. Barnes, will you wrap it up, please?
Okay. Within our state, our universities have been actively involved in looking at the Common Core. They have been actively engaged in providing input into the new PARCC assessments. And all of our university teacher preparation programs have integrated the Common Core state standards into the teacher prep curriculum and began implementing the curriculum this fall. So we urge BESE to please go ahead and move forward with the implementation of the Common Core state standards as well as the new PARCC assessments.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Stephanie Cargile with ExxonMobil here in Baton Rouge. I'm here to share our company's support of STEM education and the implementation of Common Core state standards in the classroom. Finally, I also want to recognize our volunteers in the red shirts here today. These are our educational ambassadors. They're part of 40,000 hours our employees spend volunteering in the Baton Rouge area each year. Our ambassadors provide hands-on experiments to encourage critical thinking and to make learning science and math fun and interactive for our students. Like nearly every business, ExxonMobil depends on a skilled workforce. There are millions of job openings in this country, jobs that are going unfilled because we do not have enough candidates with the adequate skills to fill them, especially in science, technology, engineering, and math. Economic data shows that roughly 1 million additional STEM graduates will be needed over the next decade. We believe that Common Core state standards help to set specific expectations for the knowledge and the skills that students need to master college and career readiness. These standards will better prepare our students to succeed in the workforce and to capture opportunities in our industry. Furthermore, we believe that Common Core encourages students to analyze and apply critical reasoning skills to the text that they are reading and the math problems they are solving. These are the capabilities we need to prepare today's students for the many high-skilled jobs in the 21st century workforce. We know that each state will retain the explicit authority to determine how it teaches its students, and that parents, teachers, and education officials will make their own decisions regarding the curriculum, the technology, and the lesson plans to be used in their local schools. In other words, the Common Core provides the what, not the how. ExxonMobil believes that Common Core is the path to renewed competitiveness, and it deserves to be at the center of every state's effort to improve education and the future of every child. Thanks for allowing me to speak on behalf of ExxonMobil and as of the parent of 3 children. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Bruce Conk with the Lafayette Chamber of Commerce. I'd like to preface my prepared remarks with just a very personal note. I think we'd all be remiss if we did not acknowledge and applaud your patience, your perseverance, your dedication to your task as leaders in education. I am a former 2-term elected official, and I know you never hear too often or too much the simple phrase, thank you. The Greater Lafayette Chamber of Commerce has joined a coalition of education, community, and business leaders in support of Common Core state standards in Louisiana. We do so because we strongly believe that our children are waiting for the opportunity and are willing to accept the challenge to succeed in today's global workforce. While many are viewing Common Core as a national initiative, we see it for what it is, a locally driven effort to design curriculum and textbooks to meet the rigorous state standards that have been established by you. Common Core is an integral component of the turnaround plan in Lafayette Parish, a strategy that has been put together by our school superintendent, Dr. Pat Cooper, for 100% in, 100% out in the education of our children. The Greater Lafayette Chamber of Commerce supports the Common Core concept of allowing and encouraging those closest to the students to make the decisions in the best interest of public education. Those are the parents, the teachers, the local school administrators who best know how to instruct and prepare our students to be successful in today's world. As I noted, the children are waiting. We encourage you to stay the course that you have set for preparing our future leaders to be successful in a global environment. Thank you.
Thank you. Keisha. Is it on? Green light. Press the green light on that.
It's on.
There you go.
Good evening. My name is Lakeisha McKinney, and I represent teachers in the state of Louisiana. I am the State Teacher of the Year. I would like to thank you for this opportunity to address you all. I want to let you know that I am in support of Common Core. There have been many predictions of how Common Core can help students, and we really want to see those things fall through, but I'd like to talk about what has happened to the kids in my care, in my classroom. Because of Common Core, I have been forced to take a deeper look at my teaching philosophy and really pay attention to the instructions that I provide to the students who are in my classroom. And there was one question that continued to haunt me, and the question was, am I doing what's best for children? And looking at the GLEs and comparing those to Common Core state standards, there is a notable difference. Common Core state standards, it's a more in-depth approach to understanding. It helps children build a more conceptual understanding of key concepts, as opposed to the grade level expectations, which was just a string of different concepts that kids were expected to learn and remember, and they were on to a new concept the following week. So I will say that I do support Common Core state standards. I have noticed that my children, my students, have become better problem solvers, they're better collaborators, and I do believe that they're better prepared for college and career readiness. Thank you.
Madam Chairman, are we
Mr. Garvey?
allowing any questions?
Can we wait till the end, perhaps?
Until the end of, total end, or the end of this set
That'd
of
be
tables?
3 hours, I guess not. I guess you could ask your question now.
I was wondering if you have any special education students or IEP students in your classroom?
Yes.
Have you found that the Common Core state standards prevent you from following the IEP or make it harder for you to follow the IEP? Or what have you found in that respect?
I do have to honestly say that it has been a challenge, because we do have to follow Common Core state standards along with the goals on students' IEPs, individualized learning plans. However, it's not a challenge that was very difficult to overcome. Just incorporating some of the goals on their IEPs into what I was doing in the regular classroom setting helped students to achieve their goals in the classroom and their goals on their individualized learning plans.
I've heard several parents say that under the Common Core state standards, their children are not getting the provisions that are in the IEP. Do you know why that might be?
I can't speak as to why that's the case. I do know for me, I did have to make an effort to really pay attention to those students' needs, their instructional plan, and incorporate that into what I was teaching in the regular classroom setting. And it was doable. It was able to be accomplished with the incorporation of Common Core state standards.
And did you get any direction or instructions on how to do that from your principal or the central office?
I did not receive any direction on how to do that, but I did have many opportunities to collaborate with other special ed teachers, and we developed a plan just to look at lessons on a weekly basis, look at the standards on a weekly basis, and figure out a way to incorporate what we needed to make sure that all kids were getting their needs met.
Would you mind if I talk to you next week or on another day about this issue and maybe get some hints from you on how to help another district that seems to be having trouble?
I do not mind at all. I do not mind at all.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next.
Thank you. I appreciate this opportunity to express my opinion. Although it is somewhat different than what most people have already said, I didn't realize that my name is Ralph Rostow. I forgot to introduce myself. I have a website that I created called killcommoncore.com. Subtlety is not my forte. A great man said once that freedom is never more than one generation away from extinction. And I think Common Core will solidify the process towards that extinction. I was a kid when, I was an 8-year-old kid when Ronald Reagan said that. And when I got a little older, I thought that the fight for freedom was brave young men struggling through unimaginable hardship, filthy, bloodied, and wounded, losing brothers left and right, and struggling on to victory with the strength of God and the faith of their cause in faraway lands with foreign names. But I've learned that the fight for freedom never stops. The fight for freedom is here, and it is now. So I carry the fight of freedom, for freedom, to the halls of legislation where the laws that promote or diminish the liberties that our Creator gave to us. And I fight where the New World enemies of liberty reside, to fight their weapons of money and the power of their pen with the light of the very same freedom my forefathers fought so valiantly to give to me. Little do the enemies of liberty know that the kind of fighting that they are creating will eventually lead to the same type of fighting our forefathers used. They used guns, grenades, and bombs when they were fighting against the tyranny. And if they continue with it with Common Core, it will end up where we will do the same, and it will be our children and their children that will be fighting each other with guns, grenades, and bombs. You do not promote freedom by limiting information, and that's what will happen with Common Core.
Thank you, Lou. Please try to wrap up.
That's all I have?
We'll give you another statement to wrap up.
Oh, okay. I'll tell everybody that I can that I'm going to oppose Common Core with my website, killcommoncore.com. If Common Core lives, freedom dies.
Thank you. Go ahead. Can you hear me? Please allow the speaker to speak.
My name is Diane Long. I am from Shreveport-Bossier. I represent a large group of people who are frustrated about Common Core and other issues that have come along, but this one has been particularly egregious to us. There were so many things about Common Core that I disagree with on so many levels, but of course I can't stand up here for too long, so I had to pick one thing. And having been a former educator, there was a thing that came up, sort of kind of a basic thing. It's called psychological development in children. I think it's pretty obvious to me that children don't develop all at once. They develop in stages, and I'm sure every one of you know that. There's one particular stage that I'd like to address, and that's the 2 to 7-year-old stage. It's called the pre-operational stage. And I'm sure you're also aware that the pre-operational stage does not do well with abstractions. Being able to understand abstract thought, being able to support ideas, understand their own thinking within their own mind is something that is totally, they don't have the ability to do it. So, in looking at some of the examples that Common Core offers, let me say the math and some of the language arts examples that I have seen are totally inappropriate in the 2 to 7-year-old stages. They cannot work. 5 to 6-year-olds cannot understand another person's perspective, as asked on a few of these assignments that I've seen, and cannot reflect upon their own thinking, as I've said, as well as cannot reason abstractly or quantitatively. Some of the math that I saw, they can't do it. I'm all for standards. I truly believe in standards. I think the harder and more rigorous, I've heard that 100 times, the material, the better.
Please
But
try to wrap up.
We're going to have unintended consequences with this. We're going to have a pulling away. The children are going to be developmentally appropriate for many of the assignments. And I think the children will be left behind. They'll be called delayed or even worse, disordered.
Thank you, Ms. Long. We appreciate your comments.
Madam Chairman?
Yes. Mr. Garvey?
Yes, I have a question along the lines of what the last speaker was speaking of, and I'd like to direct it to Dr. Burns. It is Dr. Burns, PhD. You're familiar with who served on the committees that designed the state standards. I would imagine it sounded like you were. Did they have people on that committee that were familiar with the psychological development of children and the appropriate types of standards to apply to different age groups?
Very definitely. For the development of the Common Core state standards, we had several different representatives from Louisiana. In fact, one of them was Dr. James Madden, who is one of the individuals that you've recommended.
Excuse me, we have a speaker speaking.
But he's one of the ones who was served on the committee that helped to develop the math standards. Nancy Beeben with the Louisiana Department of Education was involved in the development of the standards, as well as Carolyn Sessions with the Department of Ed. All from Louisiana. They all have an understanding of the developmental levels of children, and were engaged in the discussions with the
They have received formal education in the psychological development of children?
Anyone who has gone through any type of teacher preparation program has a foundation dealing with the development of children.
And those were mostly PhDs that you were mentioning?
Dr. Madden has a PhD with Carolyn Sessions and Nancy Beeben. I don't know what the level of education. It was at least a bachelor's, if not a master's.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Burns. Thank you, Mr. Garvey. Our next speakers are Barry Badon, Kim Shackelford, Stephanie DeSalle, Rachel McGee, Patricia Terry, and Brooks Valgo. Bridget Nealon asked for there to be, for her to be recorded as a supporting the recommendation, along with Greg Browser from the Louisiana Chemical Association did a letter. Let's see if we can find this child. Okay, we'll see if we can find it. They just got confused. Just find this one.
Madam Chairman?
Yes.
Are we working on a 3-minute time period or 2 minutes?
2 minutes, but I'm trying to be tough. I'm not doing so well, but I'm trying to be. But I only want to go more if you work through. Excellent. So that's it. That was the one that's using the time.
Hi, my name is Brooke Falgo, and I am the mother of 7 children. My group is from St. Mary Parish, and we will fight against the implementation of Common Core. The standards are a joke. You have a worksheet that says SOR 1.2, and the teacher goes to the book, pulls it, and it says a sentence about what she's supposed to do. I do not believe these standards are about teaching our kids. I believe it is about swaying our kids to what you want them to think and live. You trick our kids by making them read out of 2 separate books. One story from one book, and you want the 4th graders to decipher from 2 different stories from 2 different books, and then work in a worksheet where you have only highlighted words. You have a book, Words for Change, Abe's Honest Words, The Life of Abraham Lincoln, and then you have the workbook, A True Declaration Encouraging Change. The words are divided, haste, opposed, perish, shattered, tension. You want our 4th graders to make an opinion about only what they are presented, and that is it? It's one-minded. You are swaying them, and they might have to go against what they truly believe. The books look innocent when you look at them separately, But when you combine them in a unit, how they're supposed to be done, it's dangerous, it's confusing, it's a hidden agenda. You train your teachers to build curriculum off of different resources, but they all have the same outcome no matter where you go. All teachers can pull from everywhere, but at the end of the day, that is going to be what our kids are taught. You want them to be okay with changing things like the Declaration of Independence? You have books like The Bluest Eye where you are in the mind of a pedophile. You push other religions down their throat, yet my child cannot talk about our God. You want sex ed to start in kindergarten. You have this in our Christian schools already. You keep your teachers quiet by threatening their jobs. Our schools are curving grades, so we think our child is bringing home a B when really it's a D. You are lowering the bar. I have 155 signatures right here, parents who could not make it today, who want it out of their schools. There is a reason why I don't live in New York, no offense. I'm a country girl. It's more important for me, for my kids to be well-rounded than to compete with Hong Kong.
Please try to wrap up.
If developed by educators, professionals, and experts, why are we still building it? I see a lot of money in this room. My kids are not for sale. I will never buy Exxon ever again.
Thank you very much. Next speaker,
the curriculum, the architect is David Coleman. He has no education. Go look up his mother. Go look up his mother, Liz Coleman. She's behind it all. Thank you.
Next speaker, please. Ms. DeSalle.
Hello. Hello. Can you hear me? My name is Stephanie DeSalle, and I'm with the Council for a Better Louisiana. We are...
She didn't identify herself. Try again.
It's on. It's green.
Maybe speak
Is it
closer.
on now?
Yeah, you kind of have to get close to it.
Thank you. My name is Stephanie DeSalle. I'm with the Council for a Better Louisiana. We are a strictly nonpartisan organization. It's been around for 50 years, and we only care deeply about the future of the state, and that includes having as many of our citizens as possible educated to the highest levels as possible. I'm not going to go over what the standards are and all that. We've all done the research. We agree with you. I've provided you a written statement on our position. We are totally in support of Common Core standards for this state. We ask you, if you are asked to consider delaying or stopping, abandoning Common Core standards in Louisiana, that in addition to having a good understanding about the details, which we've heard some today, but I hope that you will keep the big picture in mind. Our young people in Louisiana deserve a chance at a high quality of life and good choices, and I do not think that that will happen if we are left out and left behind the rest of the nation on higher standards and higher achievement. Not only that, our economy in Louisiana is extremely diverse and dynamic, and every day it is expanding and expecting our young people to know more and have more skills just to compete here. I'm not talking globally. I'm talking about Louisiana. Certainly, Ms. Beebe, there have been implementation issues. I've always felt like anything this big, anything this new presents many, many challenges. But it is a shared responsibility with the state and locals to help their teachers and their students decide on curricula, decide on materials, decide on text, good practices and techniques to help the kids get there. I'll finish by saying this. I think we need to ask ourselves the question, why would we want to ever deny the teachers and the students in this state the advantages that the rest of the nation are going to have through Common Core? Why would we want to do that? Why do we want to be behind everybody else? It's not right and it's not fair, and there are many kids in this state who have been left behind for decades.
Thank you, Ms. DeSalle.
Thank you. My last statement. Louisiana deserves the best because we are a fantastic place. I don't want, my organization does not want us to be left behind, and all we ask you to do is help us get there, help us make the gains that the rest of the nation is going to be making, and please stay the course.
Thank you, Ms. DeSalle. Next speaker.
Barry Badon, Sulphur, Calcasieu Parish, Louisiana. Louisiana believes in our heritage and our culture, but more importantly, our people. As has been shown time and time again, we are resolute people and conquer adversity when challenged. I'm here before you today as a parent and a taxpayer. I am the result of Louisiana's public education system. I entered Louisiana public schools in 1976, and I graduated with a degree from a state university in 1993. We'll hear tonight about objective-based learning against traditional learning, standards and curriculum, ethics and morals against Louisiana politics as usual, and grandiose ideas of a fundamental change. It is my objective to engage you today on a simple subject, expectations. As I was reminded recently by a sitting BESE board member, we must have high expectations. Your constituency has high expectations of you. I understand the Common Core is a set of standards. I get that. The Partnership for an Assessment of Readiness for College and Careers is going to develop a standardized test aligned with the Common Core standards. It seems a little odd to me we'd implement something that hasn't been developed, but you're in a rush. I understand that. An agreement was made, so I get that too. What I don't get is how state leadership expects the parents of Louisiana to accept change simply by believing in an unproven concept. I'm from Louisiana. In our culture, you have to prove to me something works before I buy it. Even then, I won't trust you until I've seen it work for myself. As a parent and as a taxpayer, the Common Core Standard Initiative does not pass my standardized test. History will provide you with a grade. I leave you with this question, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Chairman, I'm sorry. Who in your organization will be held accountable if this initiative fails? Because I can tell you who will lose. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is a fact.
Thank you. Next speaker.
My name is Patricia Terry, and I'm from the Shreveport area, and I am a member of the Louisiana Power Coalition. I'd like to read to you, I'm against Common Core. I'd like to read to you from the Race to the Top program executive summary, U.S. Department of Education, Washington, D.C., 2009. February 17, 2009, President Obama signed into law the American Recovery and Reinvestment Act of 2009, ARRA. The ARRA provides $4.35 billion for the Race to the Top Fund, a competitive grant program. In this, the adopting standards and assessment that prepare students to succeed in college and the workplace and to compete in the global economy. Also, building data systems, data mining. That was not in there, but I said that. I also wanted to say that they make progress over the past several years in each of the 4 educational reforms and use the ARRA and other federal and state funding to pursue such reforms. on page 12. Common set of K-12 standards means a set of common standards defines what students must know and is able to do, and that are substantially identical across all states in a consortium. A state may supplement the common standards with additional standards, providing that additional standards do not exceed only 15% of the state's total standards for that content area. In other words, 85% of the standards have to be implemented. I started studying on Common Core, and I came along several different reports. The Common Core state standards for English, language, arts, and literacy. This is literacy in history, social studies, science, and technical subjects. This is the report. I also came across the Common Core state standards for math, and this is the report.
Can you try to wrap up, please?
Yes, ma'am. I have one instance that I want to tell you about. In Bryant County, Arkansas, there was a 6th grade student that came into class, and they said that they wanted to do Common Core standards. And they come to the fact that the Constitution was no longer valid. It was no longer up to date. So they were to be a part of a committee to decide which 2 amendments should be taken out. This reason, I'm against Common Core.
Thank you. Our next speakers, Margaret Lee, Carolyn Abel, John Neal, Janet Bean, Linda McKee, Carol McCall.
Janet Bean and Carol McCall, I think, had to leave.
Okay. Nikki Boyle and Dr. Elizabeth Myers, Linda McKee and Carol McCall support the Common Core.
My name is Margaret Lee. I am the legal guardian of a 4th grader, and I'm here to tell you about my experiences with Common Core in the school. For homework, there's hours every night, and it's including on weekends, and it's without the benefit of textbooks. I might as well be homeschooling for as much homework as I'm helping him with. The excessive homework is creating a dislike for learning for that 4th grader. Testing, there's pre-testing, daily testing, retesting, benchmark testing. It goes on and on. In fact, they were retested at lunchtime until I brought that to the attention of the principal. He's failing. He's failing 4th grade. I don't know what the teacher's going to do about that. I have met with the teachers. There's no funding for failing students. I don't have the funds to tutor him. So I asked, where is that funding going to come from? How can the schools help the failing students? For college and careers and citizens, there's another way to get to these goals of higher standards. For college readiness, bring our students to colleges. Let them see and get excited and hunger to learn. For career readiness, bring back our home economics classes in classrooms. Bring back the industrial arts programs where they built buildings and shops in the classrooms. Bring back our mechanic shops in high schools. Engage students and businesses in distributive education and cooperative office education. At 15, I started working for the state and retired after 30-plus years with the state of Louisiana. I don't have a degree. There are some people that are not going to be college-oriented. Most businesses have never set a foot in the classroom or spend time with students in that capacity, but they want career-ready students. Engage students in service learning by actively participating in community events and with the needy and nonprofit programs. Many students have never been out of their neighborhood. Louisiana Association of Business and Industry needs to put their money where their mouth is.
Please try to wrap up, Ms. Lee.
Okay. Computers, the school that my grandson is at, they don't even use computers yet. And they're supposed to be tested and spend millions of dollars on computers so they can be tested next year on computers. The teachers don't have much time with daily meetings, curriculum preparation, testing, retesting, grading papers, learning new standards, preparing to be evaluated, getting training, and meeting with parents and so on.
Thank you, Ms. Lee.
Thank you.
Next speaker.
Good evening. I'm Linda McKee. I'm the Director for Teacher Preparation at Tulane University, and I'm here representing the Louisiana Association for Colleges of Teacher Education as the President for the Dean's Council. One thing I'd like to tell you today is that I sincerely respect the comments that have been said tonight, but what I'd like to address would be exactly what the higher education faculty and what the staff, what the programs are doing to address and ensure the implementation of Common Core. I know you heard from Dr. Jean Burns earlier with the Board of Regents, and she listed some of the things that we've been doing in our programs, but I'd like to stress again the fact that the universities have core-to-college teams. They're collaborating with our content faculty and with the K through 12 teachers. We have education panels that we've been presenting the information to all the community. We also have held parent workshops, and we've been doing a great deal in the community and the K-12 schools trying to support them as they build curriculum around the Common Core. I believe the most important thing that I want to present to you, though, is that we have revised our programs at the university level so that our teachers, when they complete the programs, that they are completing it knowing both the Common Core and the GLEs. At this moment, in the middle of the transition, that's exactly what we need to be doing, so that they're going forward with both of those right now, but hopefully with the intent of the Common Core being in the future. So we've also looked at all of our methods courses, and we integrated the lessons into the lessons and into our unit plans, Common Core standards, so that all the teachers know exactly what they look like and what to do when they go into the classrooms. I really would like to mention the fact that the LACD deans would love to see the members of this board at any time. You are welcome. Please let me know. Our next meeting is Friday, October 18th, here in this building, and I'll be glad to send you our calendar at any point. So please join me if you'd like to have a little more conversation about that. But if you want more conversation about the implementation in the schools and districts, I will stop talking right now. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is John Mark Neal from Alexandria, Louisiana. I've been an educator for 14 years. I teach English 4 at Pineville High School in Rapides Parish. I'm also a member of the Louisiana State Department of Education Teacher Advisory Committee. And I wanted to thank you for letting me come here today to speak in favor of Common Core state standards. I think these standards are necessary and imperative for nationwide improvement. These standards present an opportunity for students in Louisiana to get on the same page as students across the nation. Additionally, the standards create an opportunity for consistent growth from one grade level from state to state. I've got relatives and friends in the military whose children are moved around quite a bit, and this is a way that they can go from one state and be on the same level as another state. I'm getting behind. Standards are stated very simply, and they are standards, not curriculum. I can still do Louisiana authors and Louisiana poets, which I love to do, and they don't mandate what I teach there. It's just what are the students expected to do with it. We understand these standards, and we understand that they're higher, raising the level, and we can't continue with. Bottom line, I'm from Louisiana. I'm very proud of this state. I don't want to see it at the bottom of these lists. I've seen that all my life, and I think this really is a way to make a difference. So I would really ask you to don't stop, don't delay. Please continue the track of implementing these Common Core standards. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Carolyn Abel. I'm a lifelong resident of Louisiana, mother of 4 children, all in public schools, 2 of which are in college, NSU and Duke University. I became aware that something was wrong in 2011 when my son brought home an article titled "The City Gardener," which implied that property rights were not to be respected if it was taken away for an arbitrary, noble cause. Then another article looking to the UN as the authority on our future being unstable due to overpopulation and that we need to consider eating bugs for protein. This propaganda infuriated me. Who would have known that a free society framed by the U.S. Constitution could have fed so very many people as we do today with so few farmers? The information that I've given you from the Pioneer Institute, I had her handed out, I'm sorry I only had 10 copies, outlines rigorous investigation into the Common Core. It explains how the states were leveraged with monetary reward and why Common Core standards are mediocre at best. It is 27 pages building a case with 12 pages of referenced research supporting those claims. Our children deserve nothing other than standards that are evidence-based, not money-driven. I see Common Core looking at children in two dimensions, and it's that view of them as containers to pour knowledge into and then test to see how much the knowledge has stuck. Our children are more valuable than that. They are creative, innovative human beings, which is the true driver of an economic output. What you are about to destroy can't be measured by a test. Do you want a test taker or an innovator? I've lined up posters indicating that really and truly we may be poor test takers, but we are leaders and Nobel laureates for chemistry, economics, literature, medicine, peace, physics. And we are the leader in the world. We claim almost more than half of the utility patents in 2012.
Thank you.
So
Would you wrap up,
we're doing
please?
too bad.
Thank you so much. Next speaker, please.
Thank you for letting me speak to you today about the Common Core state standards.
Would you please pull the microphone a little closer? Thank you.
My name is Nikki Boyle, and I'm a parent of 2 children who attend public schools here in Baton Rouge. I'm here to tell you that I support the Common Core state standards. I believe that we need to extricate the goals.
I'm sorry, they're still having difficulty hearing you. It may be the microphone, but if you don't mind just speaking up a little bit, I appreciate it.
I'm here to tell you that I support the Common Core state standards. I believe that we need to extricate the goals of Common Core from the process of implementation and accountability. I understand that it is your job to sort through the issues regarding the implementation and accountability associated with Common Core. However, as you do, I think it is important to speak separately about the standards themselves. Our students need a rigorous education in order to compete for college and careers. Our kids need to be challenged. When they are, they will naturally rise to meet the higher expectations. We do not ask enough of our children. We need to trust them to rise to our high expectations. I trust our teachers to implement strategies so that our students can achieve this. Students need to be comfortable in making comparisons and inferences, not only to satisfy a teacher, but in daily life. They need to be prepared to give thoughtful and thought-provoking answers once they enter the real world, and we need to equip them to do so now. I feel children need to be able to write. They need to be able to write the kinds of essays that allow them to articulate how a character in a book is feeling and be able to point to words in the text that support their position. Sometimes I feel like the questions they have to answer now are as basic as what color is the book? When children become employed later in life, they will not be asked what color a logo is. They're going to need to think critically about what an ideal logo should be and why. They will need to develop and understand and implement a business plan, not memorize a mission statement. It seems that many who are opposed to the standards are worried that our students are going to be compared with other students from around the country and around the world. I think those comparisons are happening now, whether we like it or not. And it is like we are comparing apples to steak. It is time to get an accurate understanding of how children are faring across the nation without comparing apples to apples. I support Common Core state standards, and I want to thank you for adopting them in Louisiana. I want to advocate for the most rigor we can provide for our students, and I know that our teachers can provide this. I feel that my children and children all around the state are going to have better chances in life because of your leadership on this issue.
Thank you very much. Next speaker. Yes. Something needs to be passed out, please.
I tried to get her attention earlier.
That's okay.
My name is Dr. Elizabeth Myers. I would like to thank the board for the opportunity to speak to the issue of the Common Core initiative. And last month I spoke to the global issue. I won't speak to that again, but I will speak as a mother of a young man who is in 11th grade right now, and some of the things that concern me about the Common Core. I'd like to focus specifically on the continued assertion that the Common Core state standards are just standards and not curriculum. Yes, an argument can be made that these are just standards, but as a former educator and an educational researcher, the implementation of standards are always informed by policies set at multiple levels, including this board. Policies inform and or restrict decisions at the local level. For example, the 2012-13 changes to the state high school formula for the school performance scores give, in my opinion, undue weight to specific programs associated with specific curricula, such as the College Board, whose current president, David Coleman, is considered one of the main architects of the Common Core. For example, a percentage of a school's performance score will be derived from the College Board ACT test. The new graduation cohort index, which makes up a percentage of the performance score, includes points for the College Board Advanced Placement and International Baccalaureate exams. No longer will performance scores include points for college credits earned from dual enrollment programs or for course credits earned within the industry-based certification program. This will affect curricular decisions. Within the ELA standards, David Coleman emphasizes greater use of non-fictional texts and promotes one particular literary theory, new criticism. In the publisher's criteria, this is this document right here for the Common Core State Standards in English Language Arts and Literacy, co-authored by Coleman, this is going to provide criteria and it's going to provide guidance for publishers, the kind of curriculum that they're going to develop. And in this, for example, within this document, the emphasis on new criticism is evidenced, particularly the focus on tasks and questions that do not require information or evidence outside the text. The emphasis on one literary theory to the exclusion of 10 or so other theories will affect curricular decisions. The effect is evident in my discussions with parents whose children have been instructed by their teachers not to discuss text with them. It is evident in my son's College Board text, which has all but stripped the American literary text from it in favor of informational text.
Please try to wrap up.
I will finish here. And it is evident in my son's coursework that I feel will not prepare him for college level work, so much so that he takes English 3 twice a day now, once at school and once at home with me, in order that I can provide him with a deeper, broader understanding of literature and literary theory than the one that's promoted within the standards. Curricular decisions will be affected even more so once they are aligned with a test, because we know that essentially the test will drive the curriculum.
Thank you very much. Our next speakers are C. Cal Faulting, Linda Hoppy, Lauren Williams, Steve Monahan, Debbie Sachs, and Jerry Klein.
Madam Chair, are you doing okay? Do you need a break?
No, I'm doing fine.
Okay.
Thank you.
You're doing a great job, by the way.
Thank you. So our speakers. Well, they'll introduce themselves. Can they do that? It's hard. Our first speaker. That's all right.
Hi, my name is Debbie Sachs. I'm a retired geologist, and I'm a parent of a student at St. Tammany. I have a lot of concerns about the Common Core, but one of them is the cradle-to-grave databases. I'm deeply, deeply concerned about this, and apparently our school board is as well, because last Thursday night, the St. Tammany Parish School Board, duly elected by the citizens, unanimously condemned the Common Core State Standards Initiative child data tracking, believing that education is not a mandate of the federal government.
In contrast, John White delivered a speech in Washington, D.C. to the American Enterprise Institute this past October 1st, clearly showing his disdain for our locally controlled education by referring to our local school district offices as, and I quote, a collection of professional fiefdoms rather than managed organizations. He is also quoted as saying, "In our time, we reformers have learned so much about children and the miracle of their development. Nowhere can we see the hypocrisy of this statement more than at the April 17, 2013 BESE meeting, where Mr. White is less than honest to children who made an appeal to this BESE board that their private sensitive data not be shared with inappropriate outside entities, namely In Bloom. The following statement made by a 16-year-old girl at that meeting reads in part, "These companies are treating us as though we are theirs to make a profit off of. It is almost as if we are being prostituted." Mr. White tells these children that he is not sharing their data, but months later, on June 17th, Ewan Strickenberger, Chief Executive Officer for In Bloom, writes a letter to John White, which reads in part, "Dear John, as you know, the contract between In Bloom and Louisiana explicitly prohibits the storage of Social Security numbers. However, it came to In Bloom's attention that Louisiana was nevertheless uploading Social Security numbers to its secure storage space on the In Bloom system. The point here is that the damage is done. This sharing stuff has to stop. Whether it causes a problem for our children tomorrow or 10 years from now, who is going to be held responsible for this? Why in the world would any parent trust you, Mr. White, or this board with education matters when you continually make reckless decisions regarding our children's basic safety? And now, to add insult to injury, why did you not tell parents of Louisiana about another secret child data sharing agreement called the Workforce Data Quality Initiative? I'm going to finish. That has your signature on it, dated August 23rd, 2012. Article 9 of the State of Louisiana Department of Education Data Sharing Agreement with the Louisiana Workforce Commission says the Louisiana Department of Education may terminate this agreement at any time by giving the Louisiana Workforce Commission written notice of such termination. Where is this written termination notice of this agreement?
Thank you, Ms. Sachs. We'll go to our next speaker.
Any questions?
Next speaker, please.
I would like a look of respect.
Next speaker, please.
My
Please
name
have
is-
some decorum. Thank you.
My name is Jenny Klein. I'm the mother of 2 high schoolers in St. Tammany Parish, and I'm tired of hearing those opposing Common Core are not for higher standards. That's so far from the truth. Does BESE have independent pilot test results prior to the implementation? Does BESE have the information where child psychologists were consulted prior to implementation? Does BESE have any proof that this will even work? Where's the independent empirical data? I've heard that child psychologists are now stating Common Core is harming the youngest of our students. What are you doing to address this? What are you doing to challenge my kids? One is in the top 1% nationally, and the other in the top 8%. Common Core fails top performing students. I'm glad my son got a 34 in the ACT as a freshman, because I believe this test is going to be worthless soon and doubt he will improve under the Common Core initiative. Why did Jason Zimba, your Common Core math guy, state that the standards would not prepare students for STEM or selective colleges? Why is Algebra 2 considered college ready? My children will have that in 10th grade. Why did James Milgram and Dr. Stotsky from the Validation Committee educators not sign off on this program? They wrote a paper titled Lowering the Bar, How Common Core Math Fails to Prepare High School Students for STEM. And you consulted the 70% failing before, which that looks a little shaky as to you manipulating data. And why are you tracking the children? Why did Louisiana accept a $1 million grant to develop a WDQI longitudinal data system if you're not using it? Who has control over this data, and how secure is it? You already gave away Social Security numbers. What's next? Who will be held accountable if this data is breached? How many are comfortable with your children being tracked and pigeonholed in a career? I'm sorry, but my children are not guinea pigs for you to use to further your reform agenda. I want what is best for my children as well as the other 700,000 children in Louisiana. One more thing. If everyone was really concerned about raising the standards, the best state standards in the country would have been adapted and tweaked. Instead, you are recreating the wheel. Oh, I forgot, there wouldn't be as much money to be made, or the feds wouldn't get any of the children's data this way. That's the truth of the matter.
Thank you. Mr. Monahan?
Yes, ma'am. Steve Monahan, President, Louisiana Federation of Teachers, and the hour's late. Thank you for sitting through the conversation, and I thank you for listening. I would like to start very briefly by saying part of the problem of discussion is a problem that begins with facts that aren't necessarily facts. I respect the superintendent's report, the state of education in the United States of America, but the facts of where we stand internationally are not facts. There is research out there. It was mentioned by Dr. Beebe, but there is also expertise out there saying that that is not the facts. So by the shame game being played, it doesn't further the need for higher standards, and we all agree with we need. The standards should be as high as possible. So to the point, let me be on message here. The ideas behind Common Core are indisputable. They're fine and noble. We all want the same thing. We want our children to know what they should know to be prepared for the world that is very uncertain in regard to what they have to know. And we all should admit we're not quite sure of what that is because the world is changing in ways that we can't even anticipate. We believe the ideas being noble. And I want to stress the point. It's absolute. I rarely do this, but I'm rushing in respect to your time. It's absolutely morally wrong if we don't try with our energies to prepare our children for the future. But it is equally as offensive and morally unacceptable if we are not prepared to do it because we didn't do the implementation right. I think I can make it simple and then submit a paper. Here's the problem. In 2010, this board, another board, signed on, we were all in with Common Core. If there was an issue, be it political or be it academic, there should have been town hall meetings around the state of Louisiana to explain what Common Core was, what it wasn't. It should have been a vetting process that didn't occur, that included educators then. Rather than the misadventures of the past, going through a legislative session after legislative session with the tail of the dog, wagging the dog, we would have committed ourselves like Arkansas and Kentucky did and educate our population about what we wanted to do instead of having our educators on scavenger hunts looking for materials to catch up for the expectations. I close with this, because you don't want to get too passionate about issues, because I do believe that we all want an educated workforce. We all want the same thing. The idea is we have to embrace an idea and follow through. This catch-up game that has infected every policy for the last God knows how many years infects this process today. We can't afford to lose again, or we won't be educating children anymore. We'll be talking about why we did. So slow down the train, do it right, take the opportunity to field test. If we don't have the technology for the computers in the classrooms, which I know we don't in many parts of the state, then don't try to force a test that our kids are going to be compared nationally and look like we're at the bottom when they may not have earned that position. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Montague.
Chairperson Bradford and members of the Board of Elementary and Secondary Education. My name is Lauren Williams. I currently serve as a second grade English Language Arts, Reading, and Social Studies teacher at Capital Elementary School in East Baton Rouge Parish. I want to thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak in support of the Louisiana Common Core State Standards. Common Core State Standards are a great and necessary move for our state. More freedom and autonomy and instruction are necessary for teachers to move students to higher academic levels. Students are learning concepts that provide real-world application and reflection. Educators are aware of the challenges that implementing something new may present. We are not afraid of those challenges. We know that they are inevitable, and we are addressing them head on. Just like there are challenges, there are also rewards. Our reward is seeing the academic growth of our students and the pride they are taking in their academic experience. The Common Core standards focus on core conceptual knowledge and understanding starting in lower grades. Teachers at my school and across the state recognize the need for higher academic standards, academic rigor, and much needed relevance, as well as an overall need for high quality education. In order for our students to compete with their peers throughout the nation and the world, we must realistically equip them with the necessary skills to thrive in our ever-changing global market. We, as teachers, have been working tirelessly to implement Louisiana's Common Core state standards with fidelity to ensure we meet our students' needs adequately. Because Common Core gives districts and teachers more freedom and autonomy over curriculum and instruction, I call on districts to make this transition successful by providing better access to the necessary training and resources for all educators in their districts and schools. There is a dire need for more concrete models, clear expectations, and access to materials that are aligned with the Common Core state standards. I call on opponents to take the time to analyze and evaluate the Common Core state standard, what the Common Core state standards truly are, what they truly assess, and what is expected of students at each grade level, and work together to ensure their success from one grade level to the next. I call on you, our leaders at the state level, to stay the course and not pull the plug on Louisiana's Common Core state standards and the opportunity to move our students to the same level as their peers across the nation and around the world. Thank you
very much. Next speaker, please.
Yes, I'm Kyle Faulting from Lincoln Parish, and my job in Lincoln Parish is one of 2 math strategists to oversee the implementation of Common Core standards for math in grades K through 12. And we've been working on this for 4 years now. Ignorance was stated, and ignorance has been a choice. If districts are unaware of what was going on, if districts are unaware of the transition, if teachers are unaware of the standards, that was by choice. We've been doing this for 4 years. We've been working under a model of rigor that is aligned to the standards and have a lot of success. And in Lincoln Parish is a very unique place of all levels of poverty, all levels of ability, and we've been meeting the needs of our students in a single classroom day in and day out for 4 years now in this model of rigor. And I want to speak to resources. We are creating resources every day. It's part of my job is to create resources for our teachers. And the problem is not where we're headed. The problem is where we've been. Our State Department had created a culture that really gave teachers the freedom to release any creativity they had. And teachers willingly accepted that. And so now that we're in a place of autonomy, teachers don't have that option to willingly give up their creativity there. Now we're being forced back to creativity, but we're professionals, and I think we need to be treated that way, and I think some of the comments here tonight speak towards the opposite of that. I'm a trained professional, and I can write curriculum to meet the needs of my individual students, and I can train other teachers on how to do that, and that's what I'm doing in my district and in other districts across the state. And to speak to the question of what are the implications of halting implementation? And I'll tell you there are none in my classroom. I will not lower the expectations for my students. I will not stop teaching the Common Core standards, and I will continue to meet the needs of my students every day.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Madam Chairman. Can I?
One moment. We have a question from Mr. Garvey.
It was a question for you.
Yes, sir.
Did you say you're from Lincoln Parish?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and y'all have been implementing this for 4 years?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Have you lately, and I want to ask about, or bring up some complaints that I've heard from St. Tammany and Jefferson Parish.
Sure. Yes, sir.
And I want to know if you have heard these complaints in your parish, and maybe the curriculum that you're using could be used as a model, depending on your answers. Have you been getting complaints from parents that the curriculum that you're using is promoting a pro-socialism and anti-capitalism agenda?
No, sir. And I can just speak towards mathematics.
I hear some laughter, and I'm really serious about this. Because I've been searching for a curriculum for a parish or somewhere across the country that is implementing Common Core that is doing it in such a way that parents are not complaining about these issues?
I mean, the issue that we've had from parents initially is grades. Mainly grades are meaningless as it is. If you ask a parent what an A really means, they probably couldn't tell you. And what we've done in implementing the standards and implementing the model of rigor that Common Core calls for is we have made grades meaningful again. And in doing that, there is a little dip at the beginning where students have to figure out what's important, and in Common Core, it's understanding first. And so we've had a little issue of grades, but that's all worked itself out, and our parents are pretty pleased with what's going on.
What about parents complaining about an anti-religion agenda?
Again, only for mathematics is what I can speak of, and we don't do religion in mathematics.
But you see parents in the...
I mean, I have not heard that argument in Lincoln Parish. I've heard it in another parish further south, but not in Lincoln Parish, no, sir.
And what about anti-American agenda?
No, sir.
Because I have seen what claims to be Common Core curriculum that has all of these, but you have...
I mean, what we do is we start from the standards with our students' needs in mind, and we say, where are our students? Let's meet them there. And this year, they are woefully unprepared. I'm teaching freshmen that are at the bottom of what we have to offer at Ruston High School, and it's difficult. I have 54 minutes, but it's not my job to make excuses as to how this transition is affecting them. It's my job as a professional to make sure they don't feel the impacts of this transition, and that's what I'm doing in creating these resources. I know the mark, and I know where they are, and it's my job to get them there.
And the last question is, have you heard parents complain about the curriculum that you're using, introducing sex ed to the classroom, particularly at inappropriate ages?
No. Our biggest complaint is we don't have a textbook hardbound, and that's just because they're not where they need to be in terms of alignment to Common Core.
Okay, so, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Our next speaker is James Callier.
Excuse me, I'm sorry, sir. I'd like to...
We have another question from Dr. Beebe.
Oh, yes, ma'am.
First of all, I want to thank you for your services to children.
Yes, ma'am.
But, you said Lincoln Parish?
Lincoln, yes, ma'am.
Okay,
that's where Ruston is.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you not have teacher attrition issues or do you have...
We have the blessing of teacher attrition right now with teachers who are unwilling to make the change to meet the needs of their students and not really in favor of accountability that doesn't let them hide behind high-performing students. And they're getting out, but we're replacing them with teachers who don't mind the accountability and want the challenge of meeting the needs of their students. So I would call it a blessing in Lincoln Parish.
So these are certified teachers that you're replacing them with?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so they are certified?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and so they are experienced to or knowledgeable of Common Core? Because I'm just curious as the practices you have in place to educate newcomers. For example, I just previously stated that I had a resignation today.
Right.
So what do you do for these people who come in? I mean, there is going to be some transition time.
Absolutely. And so as part of our job, we model for teachers. We host PLCs 2 times a week that are grade level specific. We go in and observe teachers. We pull out and do professional development that's led by us in Lincoln Parish. That's not about a blanket anything, but it's about meeting the needs of our teachers and students in Lincoln Parish. And as soon as we get a new teacher, we take them under and we start mentoring them and helping them. And the teacher prep programs, as you've heard from Dr. Burns and others, that's helping. I mean, we have Louisiana Tech University right there in our town, and so that does help us some. But as soon as we get a new teacher, we start working on them and working with them immediately, providing them with that support, and that's what Mr. Kilpatrick and I do. That's our job. So.
And I would be remiss in saying that your experience is not applicable to every teacher's experience in Louisiana. And I just want to leave you with that note. Thank you.
Oh, yes, ma'am.
Our next speakers, James Callier, Britton Kilpatrick, Kayla Bergeron, Nikki Dupuy, Reagan Payne, and Melissa Barris, excuse me. Thank you, Mr. Kennedy.
Yes, my name is James Calle. I'm the executive director of the Patrick Taylor Foundation, and you probably know us best by the TOPS program. And, you know, as I listen to what's going on here, I recall what happened in 1989 when we created the TOPS core curriculum. We went before the Education Committee and we were chastised because we were told the kids could not pass foreign language. They could not pass Algebra 1 and Algebra 2. And we added geometry to that, and the curriculum was impossible. It was impossible. It was just too difficult, and we were putting too much burden on kids. Today, we don't require 3 units of math, 3 units of science. We require 4. 4 units of English, 4 units of social studies, 4 units of science, and 4 units of English, and 2 units of foreign languages. Today, 80% of the high school students are pursuing the TOPS core curriculum. 76% of the students graduate under the TOPS core curriculum. About half of the students are TOPS eligible. There is a problem. It's called the ACT. The students who don't pass, don't score very well on the ACT tests or the SAT because they lack critical thinking and analytical skills. And that's what the core the core is all about, is to try to bring into the curriculum, to integrate critical thinking and analytical skills so that the students appreciate what they're learning and they can apply it. That's why we do so poorly on the international ranking, because our kids don't have the critical and analytical skills that many of the other countries have. And guess what? That's needed on the job. That's needed on the job. That's why employers are frustrated, because our kids don't think, they don't have the skills, and they don't write very well. So we're trying to integrate those things into the curriculum, the present curriculum. When I taught mathematics, I'll never forget this.
And Dr. Calle, will you wrap up, please?
Okay, I'm going to wrap it up very quickly. Students would tell me, give me the formula and I'll solve it. I'll solve the formula. So what I did, basic linear algebraic equation. Every kid solved it. I put it in terms of words. No kid could solve it. So I got them to appreciate how to think and how to apply. And you know what? The most amazing thing, every kid wanted to work the word problems after a while in the back of the book, and I would give them extra points if they got it right on the test. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Britton Kilpatrick. Thank you guys so much for letting me have the opportunity to talk. I'm from Lincoln Parish also. I work with Mr. Faulting, who spoke a minute ago. I'm a math teacher in Lincoln Parish. First of all, I wanted to address some of the things that I've seen and read and heard, even here tonight, just the distinction between what is the Common Core standards and what a lot of people's complaints are about. The standards don't speak to length of, type of, amount of homework, worksheets, how instructional minutes are spent, number of tests per week, choices of specific texts that have to be used. Those are things that the standards don't speak to, and those are problems with implementation. I believe that, yes, it's been a rocky implementation in a lot of ways. There's a lot of variance from teacher to teacher and parish to parish with how much teachers know about the Common Core standards and how comfortable they are making the shifts associated with those. And so there is a lot of variance there, and the implementation has not been perfect. It's a huge time of transition right now. It's a very politicized issue. There's all the accountability that goes with it and everything else. Really what I want to speak to, though, is just the standards. And I feel like we're caught up in the middle of this transition, and a lot of people are condemning the caterpillar to failure while it's still in the cocoon because it's not a butterfly yet. But we're in the midst of this process. We haven't made it through this transition. We're not at the goal of the Common Core standards. And it's going to take years, several years for us to get there, and it's going to get better and better each year. Looking at the standards we had in math, and the standards that we're going to in math, the new standards really are far superior in many ways. It's holding students to a much higher level, and it has much better coherence from grade to grade. It's overall a much better set of standards, and I think that our students are going to be far better off for it in the long run. It's hard now. It's going to be hard now. But in the long run, even in the next few years, it's going to be much better. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good evening. My name is Nikki Dupre Gasford. I would like to talk about cause and effect. The children in Louisiana are frustrated because of the Common Core schoolwork that they are being made to do. They do not understand why they are no longer allowed to work certain math problems the way that they were originally taught. They do not understand this Common Core math. The frustration and stress level that our children are experiencing is blatantly obvious to anyone who bothers to look. For example, my daughter is a student at Mandeville High. She told me about multiple physical altercations that occurred at Mandeville High this past week. A loaded gun was discovered at Mandeville Junior High last week as well. My children have been attending St. Tammany Parish Public Schools since 2005. There has, to my knowledge, never been such an outbreak of violence in my school district before. I bought a house in the St. Tammany School District for a reason. That reason being that it was the best public school system in the state. Common Core is changing that. I also want to talk about the effects of data mining on our kids that I have personally experienced. Due to John White's actions of uploading Social Security numbers, date of birth, home address, name, photos, and medical records of Louisiana kids to In Bloom, I have had to spend hundreds of dollars purchasing LifeLock for my daughters. LifeLock will only help to protect my daughter's credit. What happens whenever someone such as a third-party vendor, who is also a sexual predator, accesses my daughter's information? He would now have her photo, phone numbers, home address, and anything else that John White saw fit to upload into In Bloom. I want to know who will be held liable if this sexual predator who accessed my daughter's private and personal information shows up at my house and rapes and murders my daughter. Who exactly will be going to jail alongside him? The Common Core initiative, data sharing, go hand in hand. They both do not help children. They hurt children. I believe that the Department of Education knows that the Common Core initiative data tracking is harmful to children. My basis for this belief is this handout that my daughter brought home for the first day of school this year. It lists phone numbers to places such as online crisis counseling, St. Tammany Outreach for the Prevention of Suicide, and the National Alliance on Mental Illness. That, to me, sounds like the Department of Education is expecting a bunch of broken kids. They are definitely getting them. I am almost done.
Thank you.
Louisiana children are snapping in our schools and in our communities because of their stress levels in dealing with this Common Core schoolwork. They also are now aware that laboratory animals have more rights than they do. After all, Common Core is not a tested, proven educational tool. It is an experiment. Our kids are the lab rats, and they now know it because it is being openly discussed in our homes, at the post office, the bank, the grocery store, and everywhere else that parents may happen to run into each other. Our kids also know that their personal information is for sale courtesy of John White and the Department of Education. I can tell you that my daughters are outraged at this situation. I am outraged as their mother. I've spent their entire lives protecting them from predators. I never even put the bumper sticker about my child being a Mandeville honor student on my car because I did not want some sexual deviant to see us in the grocery store parking lot and then read the bumper sticker and know what school they go to. I felt like putting that sticker on my car would be inviting danger into their lives. John White and the Department of Education, along with the Louisiana Workforce Data Quality Initiative and our own Governor, Bobby Jindal, have invited danger into the lives of 700,000 Louisiana families. This needs to stop. I want Common Core initiative out of my school district. Now, before John White denies yet again that student data was shared, I do have the In Bloom letter, which Debbie Sachs did read from, so I won't bore you with that again, as I know you're so worried about your time. Before John White says that the information that has already been shared is perfectly safe and secure, let me read you a line from In Bloom's privacy and security policy, which states, InBloom Inc. cannot guarantee the security of the information stored in InBloom or that the information will not be intercepted when it is being transmitted. That does not sound like your secure parking garage you referenced at an earlier time, John White. Let me see. You know what? I'm done now. Thank you for your time.
You have 1 minute.
Many of my concerns have already been met. I'm against Common Core. I'm a mother of 2.
Name, please.
Melissa Barris.
Thank you,
From
Melissa.
St. Mary Parish. I'm a mother of 2. I stand on behalf of my own children, our community's children, and parents, as well as many teachers that I personally know, but are in fear of speaking up against Common Core, being that their job may be at stake. First of all, I agree. College is a big part of probably all of our children's future. However, how are they going to get there if the system is already failing them this year with the implementation of Common Core? Our children are being forced to go from 1 grade level to at least 2 up above it, and it is not fair. Their grades, oh, let's put a curve on them. How is that helping them? It's making the schools look good. They're trying to do the best to make our kids pass, but really it's failing them. I also would like to invite any of y'all that would like to come into my home, and probably many of the parents in here and across Louisiana, to sit and watch our children cry for hours after sitting there trying to get through hours and hours of homework, cry because they have no playtime. And I get it. Common Cores are standards, not the curriculum. Get that. Because of these standards, these curriculums are in play to make these kids apply by these standards, and the teachers abide by these standards. There is no time
Could
for
you wrap up, please?
There is no time for playtime. You would like to hear them call themselves stupid and literally sick because of the added stress that is being brought onto them. Now, another point. Our past education system, who you all said isn't good enough, and the excellent teachers are the ones who educated all of y'all. Do y'all consider yourselves unsuccessful? I'd imagine that answer is no.
Thank you, Ms. Pierce.
So I ask you to give the teachers I'm almost done, the same respect they deserve and allow them to do their job, teach the students, our kids. They know what is best for them, being that they are with them daily. Lastly, my children are not guinea pigs for any experiment of an unproven, untested set of standards.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good evening. I'm Reagan Payne, and I'm a senior at East Ascension High School, and I am here in support of the Common Core curriculum. Because of it, I feel that I am more prepared for college, and I think that it is important that we stick with the Common Core curriculum because the ACT scores are really the things that colleges look at when they're accepting us. And because of the ACT score, it can determine what school a student will go to and how much money that they can be offered for school. And as far as the Social Security numbers being given out and medical records and that type of thing, we have to give the same information to our employers when we apply for a job. So I don't see really that has to do with anything. But I do hope that the Common Core curriculum is here to stay because it has helped me personally, and I know friends who it has helped. And I don't see anything wrong with it at all.
Thank you so very much. We appreciate your comments.
Madam Chairman, I just want to know what parish this young woman is from.
She had a question for you.
What parish are you from?
Ascension.
Ascension. Thanks.
Our next group. And if you want to exit the dais when you've spoken, then we can call someone else, and this will help speed up the process as well. Jan Lancaster, Mickey Landry, Rosalind Rhodes, Rebecca Richard, Dennis Burke. Michael Eskridge. You may go ahead.
Hi, I'm Jan Lancaster. I'm Superintendent of Catholic Schools for the Archdiocese of New Orleans. And one of the things that I want to bring up, sure, there are implementation issues with the Common Core standards, but when you look at the standards, These are standards that focus on higher level thinking skills, and that is paramount for our students. If you look at the Archdiocese of New Orleans, we have consistently used data-driven instruction, and what we have utilized to ensure higher level thinking skills in this data-driven instruction is what the National Council of the Teachers of Mathematics came up with in 1989 as far as their standards and what they recommend. And if you look at those standards way back in 1989, they are aligned with what we're utilizing today in the Common Core standards. And why? Because these are standards that many of our disciplines, not only the National Council of Mathematics, but the National Councils of Language Arts, they came out with analytical thinking skills standards that are better for our students. And if you look at the many initiatives that have been utilized, you look at 21st century learning, research-based teaching, which our schools have embraced, and you look at those tenets, they all align with what the Common Core is utilizing. I just want to implore you to keep with this. This is research-based. This has been utilized for years, and you know what? We've utilized it in the schools in New Orleans. And our schools have been successful. We've been successful because we've used data-driven instruction embedded in higher level thinking skills, which have helped prepare our kids for the ACT and the SAT, for college and for success. And that's been going on for years. And when I look at these Common Core standards, it's a vehicle which allows us to do the best for our kids. So I implore you to stick with this initiative. It is the best thing I have seen for our students in the state of Louisiana in my 30 years in education. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
I'm Dennis Burke. I live in Metairie, Louisiana. I'm a concerned citizen. If Common Core is so great, why are several states pulling out of PARC to begin with? And Professor Sandra Stotsky, she was the English Language Arts expert on the Common Core Validation Committee, and she refused to sign off on them. Professor James Milgram, he was the only academic mathematician on the Common Core Validation Committee. He likewise refused to sign off on them. So, and both of these people cited the inadequacy of the Common Core standards and their lack of rigor. 3 other members of the validation committee likewise refused to sign off on them. But Milgram and Stotsky are the most vocal. So since they're premier and respected educators, since they have intimate involvement with Common Core, why doesn't BESE invite Stotsky and Milgram to come here and share what they know? What better people could give you input on Common Core? That's one thing. And as for it not being a federal takeover, why would the feds have spent over $300 million to the assessment consortium? And you can't tell me that after $300 million plus that they're not going to be in the driver's seat. And is BESE okay with the fact that Common Core is copyrighted by the National Governors Association and the Council of Chief State School Officers, and they're prohibited from changing anything or deleting anything, but they may add 15%. That's what the feds have said. Are you all right with that? Because if the feds are going to be in the driver's seat, if it's all copyrighted, do we even need BESE after Common Core has taken root? Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments. Cheryl Keene, Joyce Lind, Victoria Rentop, Megan Fast. Would you please come down and would you please have the floor?
Yes, ma'am. My name is Michael Eskridge, and I provide professional development and certification support to aspiring principals. I'm here to tell you that I support the Common Core state standards, and I don't consider them a political issue. It has been the case for decades that our educational standards have been driven by the needs of the job force. This has been the case since the industrial age and should continue to be the case. The hard and soft skills that future adults need to fuel a robust economy are what should be driving the standards that are set in states and across the country. Many business groups and companies support the Common Core state standards and have endorsed them as the right goals to prepare our kids for future college and career opportunities. I also think there are ways that the state can continue to support districts and schools in implementing the standards well. It will be important that schools have the right level of technology, including infrastructure and computers. I appreciate all that Superintendent White has done to conduct technology assessments and would encourage this work to continue. I would also ask you to consider ways that schools and districts can provide more time for professional development. 2 days at the beginning of the year is not going to cut it, as the Common Core state standards require teachers to teach in new and creative ways. I do believe that all students will be able to meet the new standards. However, I think that students with special needs will need some additional supports, and that the state should encourage districts to ensure that those supports and services are provided. Most importantly, I do want to state that I am in support of the Common Core state standards. Our children need employment opportunities that extend beyond the neighborhood fast food restaurant. And I think the Common Core state standards are a step in the right direction. Thank you for adopting them in Louisiana, and please stay the course.
Thank you for your comments. We'll go to you.
My name is Joyce Lindy. I'm president of Go Free, a conservative organization based in Lafayette with over 1,400 members and an outreach that is much greater. Recently, our group hosted a town hall at which both the opposing and supportive point of view on Common Core state standards were presented. Ms. Bofi, District 7 representative, was presenter in support. Ms. Bofi is also educator in residence for the Council of Chief State School Officers. This is a paid position by an organization that accepts foundation grants for the purpose of starting Common Core. We believe this to be a conflict of interest and that she can in no way be unbiased. Over 100 citizens, mostly concerned parents, were in attendance. With one exception, all speakers passionately opposed the implementation of Common Core and the manner in which it was being implemented. We know that this is funded by the 2009 stimulus bill and in large part by the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. It is controlling education from the top. Districts were challenged to apply for Race to the Top grants and were told they had to implement the standards even if they did not receive a grant, all without knowing or having a full understanding of what Common Core standards encompasses. In this respect, Common Core has a lot in common with Obamacare. Pass it and we will find out what is in it. Parents are not comfortable with this. They do not like the idea of not knowing what and how their children are being taught. I have a document here supporting Common Core that has the names of companies, organizations, and groups, but there are no parental signatures on it. The signatures of parents are on petitions opposing Common Core. It is time to slow down and educate the citizens and the parents before this is implemented and invite their participation. BESE representatives are elected to represent the citizens of Louisiana, yet the implementation of these standards strongly indicates that parents are not being informed or heard. BESE should not supersede parental control and input. We keep reforming education, but we all know that discipline is the key. We now have standards that will allow only 15% supplemental materials.
Please try to wrap up.
I will. Where is parental choice when Common Core standards are being implemented in the public, private, and religious schools? If parents allow the government or any other entity to dictate how their children are educated and what they must learn, the parents might as well just give their children to the government to raise. These standards are untested and unproven. We feel that the Common Core standards undermine the family and parental influence because they eliminate choice and stifle individualism.
Thank you for your comments. Talisha Davis, Wendy Demers, and Kristen McGee, if you would please come down to the desk. And we'll go back to you.
You ready for here?
You can go ahead, yes.
Hello, my name is Victoria Rentrope, and I'm here to speak up for my 2 children and other kids who have no voice. And I'd like to say I was never informed of the Common Core curriculum, nor did I have a choice in the matter, and still apparently don't. I am not for Common Core or anything that comes with it, because there is a lot more underlying issues than anybody is willing to say on this board that comes with this. A lot of people are blinded by it because it's all sugar-coated and money talks. As we earlier discussed, the educator effects, or lack thereof, my 10-year-old son, who is a 5th grader and suffers with ADD, and I will not apologize for crying because I am passionate, and this is my child.
You don't need to.
He was an honor student, and up until this year is failing. That is affecting him emotionally, in his heart, and for his parents. He feels like a failure. We have taught him to strive and do his best at everything he wants to be and in his dreams, and they are being crushed because he feels he cannot do this Common Core elective. He's lost. He is so confused. I ask his teachers what can be done to help him in this matter in bringing his grades up. And you know what was told to me? Seek a tutor. Well, hello. How can a tutor help him if the teachers are having problems with learning the curriculum themselves? They're on the outside, not on the inside. Just like parents, we have no idea how this work is being done in school. So when it's brought to our attention at home and we're struggling for 3-4 hours in the evening, meaning they can't have a life outside of school because they don't get to go run around and play football and hang out with their friends in the neighborhood because they're stuck drilling into books. We spend days on days with my kids trying to keep them educated and focused on what needs to be done, and it's very difficult. So his father and I have decided that we're going to pull both him and his little brother, which is in kindergarten, out, and we're going to private school them. But with research, I have learned that I'm at high risk if I do so, meaning the government can come in and take my children away from me. I have no parental rights to do that. Common Core is a bunch of you-know-what. I ask you to put yourselves in little minds of children and how damaging it can be, in fact, on their future, and not the effects of your pocketbooks.
Thank you for your comments.
My name is Megan Fast, and I live in St. Charles Parish, and I have a daughter in the 4th grade who is failing math, who comes home every day, Monday through Friday, with homework on the weekends, 3 and 4 hours a day. We do not finish the homework. She doesn't understand the math problems. She's expected to divide, and she never learns how, because this would normally be the year which she would be learning how to divide, and that was just skipped. But what I want to talk about mostly is this documentation that I have right here in my hand that I believe you, sir, in the yellow shirt asked about, the National Sexuality Education Standards. You know, there's a reason why education should stay local. It's because parents and teachers know what's best for their kids. And just to give you an example of some of the stuff that's in this curriculum, and you just let me know if you're okay with your child being taught that by the end of the 5th grade, they should be able to define sexual orientation as the romantic attraction of an individual to someone of the same gender or a different gender. By the end of 5th grade, describe male and female reproductive systems, including body parts, also by the end of 2nd grade. So that means a 7-year, 6-year-old is going to know penis and vagina and exactly how they work. Identify parents or other trusted adults of whom students can ask questions about sexual orientation. Anybody want to tell me who those adults could be, should be, and what would they tell my child in school about that? Because I'm a Christian, and I teach my daughter biblical values, and I will not have another adult telling my daughter that it's normal behavior. It's right here. You can roll your eyes and whisper and be rude, but it's right here, National Sexuality Education Standards for Common Core. It's cited on page 6. This is Common Core curriculums. Okay, and the influence behind this curriculum is the SECUS organization. These are special interest people who have their hands all over our children's minds. And let me just tell you a little bit about what they believe. The standards focus on 7 topics at the minimum: essential contents and skills for K-12 education. I'll just skip through some of these, but it's sexual identity. They say that the National Sexuality Education Standards translate an emerging body of research related to school-based sexuality education so that it can be put into practice in the classroom. And another major organization says, NAEYC, who's contributed to this stuff, says teachers don't wait to talk with young children about nutrition or traffic safety. They need to treat sexuality in the same way. And they say young children, okay? Is this what our schools are becoming? You're on the hook for this. You took the money. Don't tell me it's an option that teachers can choose what they teach. This says standards, but this is a curriculum.
Please.
Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Madam Chair.
The superintendent would like to speak first.
I did just respond. First of all, I agree with you that no young child should be taught some of the things you describe. Also, that is entirely a matter of local choice. Those standards, I don't even know what those standards are. They have nothing to do with the Common Core state standards and nothing to do with what I see them. Yes, I see them being held up. They have nothing to do with what it is that we're here to talk about this evening. They've not been adopted by this state. They're not in this state's regulations, and they have nothing to do with Common Core state standards.
Please let the superintendent speak. Please let him have his opportunity to speak. Thank you.
Board members and others in the audience, I totally respect your sentiment about those things. Those things have nothing to do with the English and math standards that this state has adopted, nor what we're here to talk about this evening.
This is going to be implemented in English and math curriculum.
It could well be
Please
somewhere
let him speak.
when someone's describing it or someone's doing it, but that's not what's happening in Louisiana and has nothing to do with the Common Core state standards at all.
Ms. Bofi, did you have a comment?
Well, I believe that I heard it was St. Charles Parish, so I just wanted to know if there were any representatives in the leadership in St. Charles present with us today. And then I missed the district that the lady before spoke, so I wasn't.
I'm sorry, I'm from St. Mary Parish.
St. Mary. Okay, thank you.
Elementary, which is a high-ranked school before all this.
The teachers know nothing about this, but they know nothing about anything, really. They've not been able to answer one question. Not one question, even about the math homework.
Thank you for your comments so very much. Thank you. Our next speaker, please.
My name is Cheryl King. After teaching for almost 40 years in Louisiana, I am now retired. Since last March, I've had the opportunity to visit every single school in my parish. I've spoken with parents, students, teachers, principals, assessors, and supervisors. Not one of these individuals complained about setting and attaining instructional standards. Not one. The complaints that I have heard from them pertain to the lack of a transitional period, the lack of training, and the lack of materials, especially books, aligned with the Common Core. They are extremely concerned about the huge changes in elementary school curriculum, especially in the areas they think students are not developmentally ready for some of the new programs. Many of my former students keep in touch with me frequently, thanking me for pushing them further than they thought they could go. Some have even apologized for being poor students in the classroom. These people who came through our school system, through our little school, are now business owners, educators, attorneys, doctors, judges, microbiologists, librarians, college professors, contractors, translators in Washington, D.C., with a few professional actors thrown in for the lot. In other words, our past educational system has produced decent, productive, well-educated citizens. Now, I'm sure there were a few criminals in the bunch, but I'm not going to make the educational system take responsibility for that, at least not yet. Our parents, students, and teachers need goals, but more than that, they need support. Right now, regardless of the lovely PowerPoint presentation I saw today, these people do not feel that they are being supported. They need an assessment that is understood and that is fair. The current one, across the board for all of them, and for all of those reasons that we have been listening to all day long, is not a reasonable place.
Please try to wrap up.
Teachers are not against assessment, but they are being assessed based on things that are beyond their control.
Thank you very much. I appreciate your comments.
What parish are you
Livingston.
from? Livingston. Thank you.
Would Nancy Yoder, Elise LeBlanc, Yvonne Pico, and Doris Alexander please come to the stage? And you have the floor.
Ready? Okay. My name is Wendy Demers. I'm a science teacher from Hines Charter School in New Orleans. And I came prepared to talk about science and the Common Core. And I do want to at least make that point right now in support of the Common Core. As a science teacher, it's important to have students exercise any opportunity for critical thinking or problem solving. It's crucial to have students that are able to attend to detail and use evidence to to present clear and concise reasoning and convincing communications. Common Core provides that focus in the math and the ELA standards. And this readily translates to interpreting social studies content and science content, science skills. The thing that I really like about it and the thing that I've been fortunate to experience is that I'm in a school where I have the power to set up my curriculum. And the Common Core supports that in that it gives me an objective that I can then decide how I want to pretty much prescribe or identify the needs, prescribe the type of educational experience my students need, and then implement it, and then collect data to see that I'm truly affecting change. Change doesn't come without discomfort. And through discomfort, typically learning occurs. And it basically, discomfort drives learning. You can pretty much think of any situation you've been in where you've been uncomfortable, and I truly imagine we've all learned from something. I'm uncomfortable with the way Louisiana has set a very low bar for students. I've been teaching, I'm a product of public schools. I have been a teacher in public schools for 26 years, 26 out of my 36. And I feel like it's time. We have to raise the bar. We cannot put this off any longer. I'm of retirement age. I could actually retire tomorrow if I wanted, but I'm not going anywhere. It's not easy. I spend 7 nights a week working on schoolwork. It's not something that comes without an investment. I'm very passionate about what I offer for my students as far as experience and depth. And I am hoping to affect them in a way that will transfer to college or career, to their life skills, things that can't be measured. In our school, we have laid groundwork. We meet with the parents. I've presented at our PTO General Assembly to educate parents as to what they can do and what to expect. We've worked as a faculty to identify goals that will match Common Core curriculum general concepts that we can kind of provide guidance for our students and objectively set goals that each teacher across the curriculum can strive for, and they're data driven. So I feel like this is just the next step. It's the curriculum that provides the vehicle so that we can make the change we need to make.
Very good. Thank you for your comments.
Madam Chair,
good evening. My name is...
Excuse me. Yes.
I just have a quick question. It actually is... Excuse me. Ma'am, I'm sorry. I appreciate... I'll be brief. I just wanted to know, I appreciated your remarks, and I know your school well, and congratulations on your school's success.
Thank you.
I guess I would want to just know what advice you might give parents. Clearly you as an educator and a teacher have done a lot, and I'm sure as a school have done a lot to make sure parents are informed, that information is coming home that's important, that parents are sort of a part of the process. Would you have any advice for parents for whom that has not yet been their experience?
Yes, and I also have that same advice for teachers, because
yes, for either, yeah.
I still run across people who are a little bit behind the curve.
Yeah, what advice would you give?
I'm also working with the Teacher Leader Advisor Group, so I'm privy to more information than most would have, and I have been seen as a source. So what I have provided for teachers is, seek the information. Find what you need to know so that you'll know what you need to know. That doesn't quite ring clear, but teachers need to be informed, and sometimes we all have different ways of gaining that information. So for teachers, I tell them, whatever works for you, find the information. Contact someone, speak to someone firsthand, get it somehow. For parents, understand that it is change, and it does affect standards that are set outside of our school, but it also is going to be implemented by the teachers that are face-to-face, boots on the ground with your kids daily. We know our students. We know what we need to do. We'll help take care of them. We'll help the transition occur for them. So for parents, basically it's stay with us, keep in touch with us, keep talking to us. Please make sure that you talk to your kids and support them. This is all about everybody's under the gun. Give them the support they need. Just be there for them and have those types of conversations with their teachers. I do feel that it shouldn't be so overwhelming that kids are spending hours and hours a night at homework. That's a situation that you need to take care of at the school site.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
Thank you.
Thank you for your patience.
No problem. My name is Talisha Davis, and I'm in EBR Parish, and my kids are in second grade at Scholastic Academy, and then I have a third grader who is gifted. Before I begin my actual comment, I do want to mention, in reference to the ladies talking about the sexual content, I have absolutely no desire for my children to learn that information at school. That is a parent's responsibility. And if you guys don't know that it's in there, and it is, I just would ask that you research that to make sure. Because if it's something that's coming down the line that's not there right now, it needs to be looked at and addressed, because what we as parents don't want is to have something sneak up on us, and we've been blinded by all the positives of the good, the higher education and the rigor. We all want that. Even the people that are opposing Common Core, we all want our kids to be challenged and the rigor and all of that thing. We want them to be successful and compete nationally and all that and internationally, but we don't want to be sucker punched with those things that we don't want taught. So please do your research, and not just what's there now, but what could come up in the future once this is fully implemented. And the other things that I'd actually like to share, my kids are coming from private school. This is our first year in public school. I have absolutely not, and I hate to say this, but I have no idea what any of your names are. My whole basis of education for my kids has been private education. And I was excited when I found out that Common Core was coming initially, because I thought, oh great, Louisiana will be able to have a chance to step up. But my experience with it has been negative. My child is gifted in the third grade and has had a D. She had a D on her progress report. I didn't even tell her, because it would have crushed her. She's come home talking about she's frustrated, she's crying in tears, and I have an early childhood education degree. And for children to be this stressed and this just the level that they're receiving, the pressure at this young of an age, by the time these kids get to middle school and high school, we're going to have an increase in the dropout. And I know that that is not what our long-term goal is. And so what I would like to do is see that this be reconsidered and that this be put back into the local and state level so that we can do what's best for our children. I do not believe that the national curriculum is what's best for our children.
Please try to wrap up.
I'm sorry. Okay, thank you. Because at the end of the day, we have to be responsible for what's coming forth to our children, and I don't feel like the Common Core as a whole is going to adequately prepare our children. It does have some good points, but as a whole, it's not what we need for our kids.
Thank you for your comments. Excuse me, would the Brian For two
Ms. Bradford, I'm sorry. Ms. Hill, I had a question for the young lady, Ms. Turner. Just one question. Excuse me, Ms. Turner, that's her name? Miss, what's your name? Oh, Miss Davis, I'm sorry. It's been a long day. I just have a question for you because I do represent EBR School District. And also, I've heard the same exact comments that you have made, stated tonight.
Okay.
In reference to the teachers in the classroom, how are they preparing themselves to help these students? Have you had dialogue with the educators? And tell me how they're feeling in reference to the Common Core standards and trying to implement it.
My children's teachers all know me very well because I am constantly at the school, and I just thank God that I decided to take a little time off. I just had a baby, and I decided to take some time off. Otherwise, my kids would be a mess. I mean, they're up to 10 o'clock at night doing homework at least 2 nights a week, and at 7 and 8, they should be in the bed no later than 9 o'clock. And so the teachers, the complaint that I constantly get from them is that they don't understand, they don't know what to do. Because even today, as a matter of fact, I, as a parent, stayed in my 3rd graders class for about 15 minutes because the teacher was wrapping up a meeting, you know, that they were having dealing with curricula. They're learning as they go, and this is not the way it should happen. Our kids are suffering. That was precious teaching time that was spent with them in a meeting because they can't get the training that they need. The teachers are frustrated, and I don't even fuss at the teachers a lot of the times because they're not adequately prepared. And then when we get the homework at home, I've had 4 adults, including teachers, that couldn't figure out some of this math because the instructions, and I'm specifically talking about homework that comes home that has the Common Core at the bottom of it. There's very little instruction on there. So if my child does not catch it in school, when she comes home, I, as a parent, can't help her because I don't know what I'm looking at. So you can't help it. So it's not just, I think there needs to be something where the parents are given some type of information, and I feel sorry for asking the teachers because they're already overwhelmed. They have class websites that they usually put updates and keep us abreast of what's going on when tests are coming, but they don't even have time to update those things because they're constantly trying to just learn what they're supposed to teach. I have my best friend's a middle school teacher, and she told me she had a unit coming up, a test that she was supposed to teach. She didn't even know what the unit test was going to be, and she's teaching the stuff. And so her thing to me, she said, well, they told me that as long as I teach the basic process and steps, that it should be okay and the kids should know it if I just teach the principles and the steps. But she can't even teach them what they need to know because she doesn't even have the test, and she's the teacher. It shouldn't be. So the teachers and the staff, and the faculty and the staff, they're all just as frustrated as the parents are. And I know that earlier it was mentioned that they were receiving training, not at the school that my kids are. They're not trained.
Thank you so much.
Can you tell us what school that is?
That's at Buchanan Elementary.
In what parish?
In East Baton Parish.
Thank you.
Melissa Vitale and Laurie Bajon, if you would come to the desk, please. And we'll start with you.
Hi, my name is Yvonne P. Cool. I'm a concerned grandparent of a 6th grader who attends a Livingston Parish public school. I am not a teacher, nor have I ever been a teacher. I did tutor many subjects as a peer tutor when I attended college in the 1990s. I do agree there is something lacking in our education system. I have concerns about many aspects of the Common Core Standards Initiative. However, my main concern is the direct effect on our students and their education. I speak from personal, real-time experience, as I am my grandson's homework buddy and after-school caregiver. He is an honor roll student and has been since he started school. He scored advanced and mastery in all subjects except one on his 5th grade I-Leap. We have always done work in addition to homework. I believe in going above and beyond what is required. However, this year, in order for my student to have the information needed to be successful in the classroom, we have had to ask his teacher to advise us of her lesson topic the week prior to her teaching. Now, not only do we do homework and extra work for 2 or more hours on most school days, we must spend at least a half of a day on the weekend so that we can cover material needed to understand the next week's lesson. Yes, I must teach him the material. This is due to the fact that 8th grade math has been moved to the 6th grade this year with no student preparation. The teachers do not have the time to teach this due to the fast pace required to address all of the standards that must be covered before testing in early spring. Remember, we don't have textbooks for Common Core for these new standards in Livingston Parish. My grandson will be successful no matter what because he has me. There is little time for him to be a child. Playtime is also important. Our students are not developmentally ready for many of the concepts they are expected to understand at certain grade levels. You don't need a psychology degree to know this. Just spend some time with a student while he or she is struggling to wrap their brain around a difficult concept. The students you proclaim you want to help are the students who will be most negatively affected by this new initiative. They don't have someone at home who can teach them. I have spent many hours at our schools as a volunteer and have experienced what happens when a child loses his or her self-confidence. They may never recover from the frustration and may not reach their full potential. If you continue on this path of accelerated implementation of this initiative, I predict the failure rate of our students will rise along with the dropout rate. The teachers will not be at fault.
Thank you for your comments.
Hi, my name is Lisa Blow. I'm a teacher. I've been a teacher for 25 years, and a lot of what I want to talk about has been covered, so I'm going to just kind of gloss over that. It's obvious that everybody in this room knows how to do research, even though they didn't have the Common Core standards. The Fordham Institute, which Superintendent White has already alluded to, and how they rated our ELA standards, they went into a little more detail. They said that Louisiana was really doing a better job in a lot of ways. Our standards treated literary and non-literary texts in a more systematic, detailed way than the Common Core did, and that was because we addressed specific genres and subgenres and the characteristics of those. They also said that we set clearer priorities for grade appropriate genres and writing standards, and commended us for the American literature that we included with standards that required students to analyze and critique the impact of both historical periods and literary periods. The bad news about that great compliment to our state is that those standards are gone now, and with them much of the rigor of English 3, which is the class that I teach. We all know about Dr. Stotsky, and it's kind of a mystery to me why they would get that expert, who I'm sure knows more about English and writing standards than any of us. Why not invite her to help with the standards? Why wait until they were written, not take her advice, and ignore all that wisdom? And so one of the highlights of my teaching career is when I get the visits and the emails and the messages from former students who tell me, wow, what we did in class really helped me with college. Some of them are very detailed. They even support their claims with textual evidence. They've got assignments and syllabus and all kinds of things attached. Others just dash off a quick note and say, hey, this is what I'm reading that I did in your class. And so I'm afraid that those visits and emails will dwindle with college kids when we are implementing these standards. And so I'm kind of dealing with this little moral dilemma right now. Am I going to sacrifice the historical background, the literary periods that I believe really provide the rigor, but are deleted, so that my kids will be ready for college? Or do I teach the test that they all have to pass? And if that test is so important, then I want to tell you that I worked with a boy. I didn't get to teach him until 11th grade, but I got to work with him from the time he was in the 9th grade, and he was brilliant. And he could pass all of those tests in the 9th grade. So why don't we just graduate him? He's playing in Tiger Band right now. He could have been doing that 3 years ago, if the test is all that matters. And I rushed through that so I could tell you.
Comments. Please wrap up your comments.
Okay. I also work with these high school students who teach elementary kids about, so they have to learn about the brain. And I understand the transitional year will be, it'll be a little crazy, but nothing is going to change the fact that the prefrontal cortex is not going to mature until you're 21 if you're on the fast end of the curve, 25 if you're on the slow end. So forcing kids to do things abstractly when they're not ready for it is not teaching them anything.
Thank you for your comments.
Good afternoon, members of the board. Thank you for allowing me to speak to you today about Common Core state standards. My name is Doris Alexander, and I am a grandmother of two, one in East Baton Rouge Parish Public Schools and one in the Recovery District. I'm here today to tell you that I support the Common Core state standards. One of the main reasons that I like the new standard is that they allow teachers and students to be more creative. Teachers have more flexibility because there is no longer a set of curriculum that teachers must use. This allows the teacher to be creative by using the materials they use to teach the standards. I really like this because I want my grandchildren to pick reading materials that will be interesting to them. I also like the standards because I understand that my grandchildren are both very different. For instance, if you told my younger granddaughter that 2 + 2 = 4, she will take 4 and take away 1 to realize that 3 + 1 also = 4. I like that the new standards allow for multiple ways of learning something because it teaches them to be problem solvers. From what I see, the Common Core standards are allowing my granddaughters to take more ownership of what they learn in the classroom. This is particularly great for my younger granddaughter, who is a free spirit thinker and wants to be an architect. I also like that Common Core standards assure me that my granddaughters will be taught the same thing that kids with more resources all of other countries are taught. Unfortunately, it is not always true that my grandkids are given the same quality of education as kids in other communities and neighborhoods with more resources. But with Common Core standards, this will no longer be the case. Thank you, board members, for adopting the Common Core standards in Louisiana. And please know that there are parents and grandparents all over the state that are excited about the Common Core standards and the way our kids are learning.
Thank you for your comments. We're going to take a 7th inning stretch, so everybody stand up a second, and then we'll sit back down and get back going again.
Popcorn, I don't serve beer.
Oh, that's it?
All right, that's it. Sorry, we're back on track. With Leanne Wall, Alicia Blanchard, Mary Wilson, Anna Smith, please come to the desk. Leanne Wall, Alicia Blanchard, and Mary Wilson, Anna Smith. And we'll get started.
All right. My name is Brian Bertucci. I go by BJ. I'm the choir director at Santa Ma High School in Ascension Parish. I was waiting for singing "Take Me Out to the Ball Game" after that. We've implemented the standards for many years in Ascension Parish, and I wanted to follow up on what was very well said by the last speaker about how we're not anymore just teaching kids what. We're teaching them how. We're teaching students how to master certain standards. It's not good enough anymore for them just to fill in the right circle on a standardized test. They need to be able to explain where that answer came from, to put their thoughts into words, not just in English, science, social studies, and math, but in my classroom. In choir, it's not good enough to be an all-state singer. You need to be able to explain the processes that your body goes through to make that sound. Not only that, you need to be able to work with other people. You need to be able to listen and give constructive criticism. I think it would be an awesome lesson for my kids to come and sit through meetings like this where people can have opposing views but still have a discussion about what's best for students. And I think that, to me, is one of the best things about the Common Core standards. We don't have prescribed curriculums. When I started teaching, Ascension Parish had prescribed curriculums. You could look on a calendar and know exactly what a teacher was expected to teach on that day. That doesn't exist anymore. The teachers assess the needs of their students as learners and decide the best way to teach those students to bring them to where they master the concepts that they're expected to know by the end of their grade. The big thing, I've heard a lot of discussion about technology. I've heard parents ask about it. When I was in high school, I got a cell phone. Now kids are getting cell phones when they're like 5 years old. They know how to drag and drop. They know how to point and click. My 3-year-old can watch Dora the Explorer on Netflix with me not knowing. She can send mass text messages to everybody in my phone without me knowing. So these students have an understanding of technology. I think it's more the more veteran teachers. That's the nicest way I can say it, I guess. But myself included, that have problems with the technology and how to incorporate it. Yes, ma'am. I think that I'm tired of being last. I'm tired of settling for last. And I believe that by increasing the standards, there's only one way for our education system to go, and that is up.
Thank you so much for your comments.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
I would just like
Ms. Bofi?
I would like for you to repeat the last two names because people were still moving around and I don't know if everybody heard their names. We have Leanne Wall. Okay.
Hey, Leanne.
And we have Alicia
I'm Alicia Blanchard.
and
So
Mary
we're a
Wilson.
little out. Let me
Mary
start by saying that I'm from Terrebonne Parish. My experiences in education range from being a pre-K teacher. I taught first grade for 9 years at the lowest performing school in the district, and then 2.5 years at the highest performing school in the district. I then served as master teacher at a school that was right in the middle, and I am now Terrebonne Parish's literacy curriculum specialist. So I've seen it from the classroom now on a district level. But my most important job is I have 3 sons, and my sons are in school in Terrebonne Parish. So I just I felt the need to come here because of a lot of the misinformation that I hear from parents, friends that know me, people that see me in the grocery store attack me because they know I'm a teacher, so we have all the answers. So I felt like I had to say a few things to clear a few things up. We've always taught standards, and we've talked about this. But in 2010, when everything was released, I am a member of Apple, and I actually was involved in a conference call with the State Department of Louisiana involving what we thought about the edition that it came out. So I actually participated in a phone call with other educators across the state where we were able to give our feedback. In 2010 in Terrebonne Parish, we began full implementation of Common Core in kindergarten because we knew the next year our students would be full implementation in first grade, and we wanted to make sure those first graders were prepared when they were in kindergarten. So we've been doing this since 2010. The thing that I see the biggest difference is if you look at the GLEs compared to the standards, the GLEs were very basic. And we'd always tell teachers, take it to the application level. And the application level in one classroom would look very different to the application level in another classroom and across the state. And the thing that I think about the standards is so great, that application level is built into the standards. No longer am I just going to compare and contrast, but I'm going to compare and contrast, and now I'm going to have to analyze how the author distinguishes the position of the author from that of others. So it takes everything to the next level to where teachers across schools, across the district, and across the state are all teaching to that same high level. I know I graduated from Lafayette High in the top 3% of my class. So I thought I was going to go to college and do really well. And I went to USL, and that first semester killed me because I didn't know how to analyze text. I didn't know how to write a paper. But I graduated in the top 3% of my class, and you'd think that I would do well. And it's because I wasn't taught how to analyze. I wasn't taught how to critically think. When I look at the standards and I look at my 3 sons and I look at the kids across the district that I get to work with, I'm so excited about the future members of the society that we're going to have because they are going to be able to think for themselves critically and problem solve. Gone are the days of regurgitation of you telling me what you studied, and now you're going to apply what you learned. And the society that we are going to create based on these standards, I'm really, really excited. My last thing I will say is I cannot advocate for something that I do not believe in. I could never be a salesperson because I can't lie. But when I look at these standards and what we want to push our students to do, it's something that I can't help but support, because we're pushing everyone to the same standard, no matter where my child is. If I have to move to Texas, if I have to move to any other state that addresses Common Core, I know that my children will be prepared for the future. Thank you guys.
Could you tell me your name again? I'm sorry.
Alicia Blanchard.
Jason France, Courtney Walker, and Paul Goppelt. And you are next. Thank you for your patience.
My name is Melissa Vital, and I'm from Iberia Parish. Last year, I fully implemented Common Core in my classroom. I taught 5th grade, and I taught students how to use a process in order to produce a product. By doing this, I was able to use questioning in order to elicit a variety of thinking. Common Core has given me, the teacher, the tools just to be the facilitator and the students to be independent thinkers. Common Core has given me a different outlook for the direction of the public schools. I personally have 2 children, and I pulled my 2 children out of the public school settings because they were making straight A's and not being challenged. They were not thinking, they were just making A's. They were not learning anything new. I will prefer them to have B's and C's and knowing that they are learning. Next year, they will be back into the public school setting. As a 5th grade teacher at my school, the year before, we only had 30% proficient. This past year, we had 84 proficient in the area of math, 78% proficient in the area of ELE. That's due to my rigorous teaching using Common Core. In the middle of the school year, I went from giving multiple choice tests to giving the answers to the test, and they had to tell me how I arrived at that answer, whatever means they decided to come up with. I want my students to be able to compete with the nation to enter into the workforce and college universities. Did I work harder? Yes. Did I have to study? Yes. Did I have to change my teaching methods? Yes. Did my students grow? Yes, and they're growing to the point where they're using what I taught them in 5th grade in order to be successful in 6th grade. And I tell them all the time, who moves your cheese? Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Yolande Braxter, Terry Timothy, and Rain Martin. You're down here. Thank you.
I want to begin by thanking each of you for allowing us to come up here and present our claims and cite our evidence to support our claims, which is one of the Common Core state standards. I am a parent of students in elementary age level grades in Louisiana. I'm an educator in Louisiana, and I'm a wife of an educator in Louisiana. My name is Leanne Wall. I'm an instructional assistant at Iota Middle School in Acadia Parish. Each and every day and each and every night, I get to see the benefits of the implementation of the Common Core state standards. These standards give the districts, schools, and teachers who are the closest to our students choice of resources, curriculum, because the standards are standards and they are not a curriculum. Gives them choice of practices, resources, and assessments. I can't think of anyone better to make such a decision than those that are the closest to the students, the teachers. They all went to college. They all hold a college degree. They are professionals. It's about time we give them that autonomy back and trust our teachers. I can give you several examples of how these have been implemented in my school personally, but I can give you one from my 7-year-old son last night, who was very excited as a 1st grader, who was delighted to tell me how he was learning to add on the timeline. I said, a timeline? He says, you know, Mama, that number line thing. He had the vocabulary incorrect, but he's a 1st grader, so I gave it to him. I also can tell you about 8th grade science at my school. Is that me already?
Yes.
Okay.
You'll wrap up.
I'm gonna finish up with this. I did say I was an educator's wife. I'm a coach's wife. My husband is a defensive coordinator at a 4A public high school, and I'm going to let you know something. If in the state of Louisiana, if LSU is ranked in double digits in the AP poll or in the coaches poll, that's a problem. We need change. There has to be change. So why do we think we don't need change? Why should we pull back on these Common Core state standards? Why should we halt change in Louisiana? Because our students, they are ranking at 48th and 49th. That's unacceptable. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
All right, hello. My name is Jason France, and I'm a father of 2 students in East Baton Rouge Parish, and a former Louisiana Department of Education employee. John White might remember me from last time I was here. At the time, he told me some things that I verified since we last met, and I'd like to discuss credibility as an issue, and Louisiana believes. I'd like to speak to the heart of that.
Ms. Francis, you are going to speak about Common Core.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Because this relates to the NBLOOM database and all the data sharing that we have related to Common Core. At the time, I don't have, I don't have the staff and the ability to have a 45-minute presentation after people have been waiting here 12 hours to speak on Common Core. So I only have the 2 minutes. But when John White sent information to Barbara Leader at the Monroe News Star about the data elements that were collected, which is going to be collected through PARC, which we have to rely on John White and his authenticity in terms of Common Core and the relationship with data that's going to be shared through the PARC assessment. So at the time, he said that Social Security number was not sent. Only 7 elements were sent. He actually sent the information to Barbara Leader that had 12 elements, including Social Security number on there. The letter from NBLOOM stated that John White sent Social Security numbers to the storage space on NBLOOM, and it was characterized at the time as this was just a pilot program, but it was actually used in support of the state's court's choice. So I think those are important things to keep in mind, that while he said one thing to me at the meeting last time that I was here, that he didn't send Social Security numbers, that this was all private data, that it wasn't being used, it was only a private thing, and that he pulled the data back. That's not actually what happened. He didn't send a letter until June. And recently there was a story in The Advocate that discussed employee salaries related to that. He characterized that the Louisiana Department of Education employees did not get salaries this year, and that they wouldn't going forward. He sent an email to his staff about that. Well, I decided to actually ask the civil service what was going on with that, and I got a list of employees that he gave raises of up to 25%. They range from 9 to 25% for employees on his staff for select individuals, while at the same time, he also hired 30 or 40 people unclassified at $1.1 million that year, and he laid off about 70 Louisiana Department of Education employees.
Thank you for your comments,
for
Mr.
that
Grants. We
for
appreciate
the lack
it.
of funding. So those speak to his credibility on other issues, I believe.
Thank you. Next speaker. Next speaker.
Yes, my name is Paul Gupple, and I reside in Ascension Parish. First, standards are a percentage of information that someone expects you to know. Okay? The minute you or anyone else starts talking about what the information is or should be, they're talking about curriculum. So if you want to talk about standards, and that's fine, but don't tell us that Common Core and the Partnership for Assessment of Readiness for College and Careers has nothing to do with curriculum. Second, Common Core standards are in math and English, but if you look at the definition of English that they give, it includes science, and social studies, history, and technical subjects, basically anything that isn't math. So again, don't tell us that it's just math and English. Third, it's my understanding that you want to get out of the National Assessment of Education Progress. That is a national standard. It's been around for a while, and it is in all 50 states. So again, if you want to talk about something that we can compare all 50 states to for businesses and so forth, that's great. But don't get out of NAEP or you're being hypocritical. Fourth, in terms of privacy, people have talked about that. There is data for Common Core. There's data for PARC. Okay. The Family Education Rights and Privacy Act, the National Department of Education did change that. You're the BESE board, okay? You can take action where you are to give us the old protection, okay? If you want to sit there and say, sorry, this is the new normal, that's fine, but don't tell us you respect students' privacy. And fifth, and probably the most important, because I find this particularly disgusting, if a parent wants to get up and object to Common Core and a BESE member says, oh, and by the way, where does your child go to school? Intentional or no, the effect is that that parent, that child's teachers are going to get intimidated. So, I mean, if you want to ask those questions, go ahead. But again, don't say you respect privacy. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments. Jessica Thibodeau, Eric Lewis, Lauren Trahan, if you'll come to the desk, please.
Chairwoman Bradford and members of the Board of Elementary and Secondary Education, I want to thank you for allowing me to be here today. My name is Rain Martin, and I'm the Executive Director of Stand for Children Louisiana, an organization that works with parents, educators, and other community members around the state who are interested in providing better education for Louisiana students. I would like to use my 2 minutes today to share with you a letter from a daughter of one of our Baton Rouge parent advocates. Dear members, my name is Sakina Abdul Aziz, and I'm a freshman at Southern Illinois University at Edwardsville. As a student, I attended Westdale Middle and McKinley High in East Baton Rouge, and was in the Gifted and Great Scholars program from the 6th grade until graduation. I was excited to have the opportunity to go away to school on an athletic scholarship at Southern Illinois University at Edwardsville. I was certain I was prepared to succeed academically as a result of my preparation through the Gifted and Great Scholars program. Unfortunately, I learned all too quickly that I was not as prepared as I thought. Currently, I'm enrolled in a remedial math class known as AD 095 because I scored a 22 on the math portion of the ACT. I needed a 23 to be placed in college-level algebra. I venture to say that if I had decided to go to a school in-state, I would be in college-level math course. While I was potentially prepared for a college-level course locally, I was clearly not prepared for math courses on a national level. It is clear that Louisiana students are not held to the high standards they should be held to in order to prepare them for college or to compete at a national level. As a student, I always worked hard, and I knew that if I had been held to a higher standard, I would have met it, I would have exceeded it, and I would have been better prepared for college right now. Leaving the state granted me the opportunity to see the difference between the education I received in Louisiana versus what other students at my age in other states have received. I believe that it is in the best interest of the state as a whole, but more for the students, to raise the bar and give teachers the freedom to assess the needs of their students and dig deeper into the subjects so that students get better prepared to go to college and succeed beyond. To keep the bar low and just pass us along means that you are selling our fate to a life of falling short, struggling, and getting stuck without opportunities to provide for ourselves and our family. Higher standards will prepare students for success in college and help us not only achieve our biggest dream for our future, but become productive citizens who contribute to society and the well-being of our communities. It is for this reason, for Sakina and other students across the state of Louisiana, that Stand for Children has signed on with more than 40 other organizations representing thousands of citizens around the state, and I'd like to put into the record the statement of support that these organizations have signed. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Good evening, Chairwoman Bradford and members. My name is Courtney Walker, and I live here in East Baton Rouge Parish. I am a member of Stand for Children, Louisiana. I am here today to speak in favor of Louisiana's Common Core state standards. While I am not yet a parent myself, I have had the distinct pleasure of calling many children who passed through my mother's child care program throughout my life my own. When our children went to the elementary school and returned in the afternoon for the after-school program until their parents picked them up, we were able to ask them how was their day, hear about what they learned, and we tried to help fill in many gaps. Year after year, I watched more and more of these students fall behind with little growth. As these children graduated high school and went on to college, I saw them needing remedial courses or dropping out altogether because they were simply not prepared. I believe in higher standards and the critical role they play in preparing every single student for college, careers, their biggest dreams, and beyond. I believe that every single child can learn, and I believe that every student deserves to have adults who believe in them and their ability to succeed. Every time we have raised the bar for students, they have met or exceeded those higher expectations, and I believe we will see the same with Louisiana's Common Core state standards. Just last week, I read a news story where Exxon executive Pat McCarthy said, "Our kids are no longer competing with the kid down the street. They are competing with kids in other states and countries, and they are losing." And I ask you to be the elected leaders who choose to help our kids compete and win by keeping higher standards in Louisiana. Please believe in all students like I do. Please support the Louisiana's Common Core state standards. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Hi, my name is Yolanda Braxton. I am a Stand for Children parent leader here in Baton Rouge. I am also the mother of 4 children, 3 which attend EBR and 1 in RSD. When I think about the dreams of my kids and my neighborhood babies, it tells me my job is to make sure they get all they need to achieve. And that is why I advocate for higher standards. My kids have always been high achievers, so I thought, until I moved out of state. Then I found out nationally my kids was failing. Within a year of us living in Michigan, the gap that was lacking within their education was filled. Yes, that first year was rocky, but changes did come, and my kids finished out their 2 years in Michigan straight A students. So with that being said, I believe the beginning of the ride may be bumpy, but our kids are achievers and can overcome anything. I encourage other parents to find ways to support teachers and our kids in this positive transaction.
Thank you so much for your comments.
What was your name again, ma'am? I'm sorry. What was your name again?
Yolanda Braxton.
Rachel Ginn, Desiree Harvey, Casey Pelcher, if you'll come to the desk, please. And you're up.
Good evening. My name is Jessica Thibodeau. I am a concerned parent and advocate of an 8-year-old son. He has special needs. He's ADHD and once was considered PDD.
Could you speak up just a little bit?
Yes, ma'am. I'm sorry. My name is Jessica Thibodeau. I'm a concerned parent and advocate of an 8-year-old son with special needs. He's in 2nd grade in the Ascension Parish School District. I feel that regardless if Common Core was around or not, it is imperative for parents to be watchful over what our children are being exposed to. I would like to speak on several things this evening. The first thing is this ad that my son came home with a few weeks ago from Ascension Parish School. It says, "No more junk food ads," and it says, "The health of our children is in your hands." It's a letter written to the senator. It's a word text, and it says, "Please make junk food ads illegal." First off, this letter word text is inappropriate material for my 2nd grader to be reading. He is not of age yet and has not developed his own thoughts about such things. This is brainwashing our children and clearly reflects thoughts of communist ideology. Sorry, I'm nervous. I feel as though I'm fighting for my right to directly influence my child's way of thinking. The thought is in a contradiction to the founders of our nation who believe in the strengths of freedom of capitalism, freedom of speech, freedom of thought, freedom of expression. It also encourages and promotes greater governmental influence and dependence. Moving on, there is a field trip that not in my parish, not in Ascension, but a friend of mine from Assumption Parish, her child came home with this letter. This is just a photo of it. It's not the full thing, but it's a field trip. Ascension Parish wanted their 4th through 8th graders, 4th graders to go to. It's about teen pregnancies, peer pressure, sexuality, and all that consists of, confusion, molestation, and so on. I'm sorry, but there are just certain things that I feel that parents alone should be teaching their children at home, and regardless if they are or not, it's still the school crossing some lines. Schools should be academics. Whatever my morals and ethics may be at home, I'm a Christian. I teach my son biblical principles at home, and that foundation may not be the same as what they're teaching him at school. My time is up. There were a couple of other things I wanted to touch on real quick, but now I'm sidetracked. But basically, that was it. Thank y'all.
Thank you for your comments. We're losing people here. Katie Dunn, Keith Chatelaine, Jim Crumling, and Noel Hill.
My name is Rachel Ginn, and I'm a student studying early childhood education, and I am representing myself. Although I am a student, I do spend about 40 hours a week in a first grade classroom. I'm here to explain why Common Core standards are developmentally inappropriate for young children. Though I have many concerns about Common Core, I want to make this one very clear. Jean Piaget, who has thoroughly researched cognitive development, divided cognitive development up into stages. They are broken down into ages, but as I'm sure you know, development proceeds at varying rates, so these ages are just relative. In the pre-operational stage, the children are about 2 to 7 years old. Children use illogical reasoning when asked to think abstractly. They do not have experiences or the brain maturity to develop logical reasoning based on abstract ideas. They learn best from hands-on experiences where they construct their own knowledge. Common Core asks our youngest students to do what they are not able to do just yet. First graders are asked to solve for the unknown in many standards. Instead of allowing the students to construct their own knowledge, Common Core standards promote skill and drill in order to meet these standards. The next stage is the concrete operational stage, which is about 7 to 11 years old. In this stage, children think in a more logical manner only with concrete ideas. They work poorly with abstract ideas, especially if it's not obvious in their own world. Abstract thought does not develop until after this stage, which is 11 years old. However, the second Common Core mathematical practice states students should reason abstractly and quantitatively. How can a kindergartner, first grader, second grader, third grader, fourth grader reason abstractly when their minds have not matured to do so? Common Core state standards do not simply create rigor, but forces developmental advancements before the child is ready. I see young children's cognitive, social, emotional, and physical development suffer on a daily basis because of the Common Core state standards. If you want our children to compete globally, we need to have more local standards based on research that promote appropriate development and promote appropriate development in all of these areas for our kids in Louisiana. By implementing these standards that promote speeding up development, you are setting up our children for failure.
Thank you for your comments. Next speaker.
My name is Keith Chatelaine from Ponchatoula. Look, all I have is a high school education. In case any of y'all are interested, I don't have a PhD. I know I asked that earlier of some people up here. But I do know when it's a problem. When you push something forward and you don't even know what's in it. In order to implement Common Core, it's the testing partner, Park, Louisiana school, will need computers. 90% of the schools will need better internet connections. And all this is going to be done in 2014-15 school year. Now, this is a time-picking article at Caritas, also on NOLA.com. To help students meet the new goals, a lot has to change. New textbooks must be ordered, computers upgraded, and lesson plans updated. Then comes the standardized test. No more booklets, no more number 2 pencil. Everything will be done on computers. Educators warn that the number of students who pass these tests will probably go down, in some cases by large margins. In Kentucky, the first state to begin testing based upon these new standards, scores dropped by 1/3 or more. School boards also started to talk about asking the public for more money to cover these expenses. Jefferson Parish Superintendent Jane Meza told the school board that this month he may need to get $40 million to pay for parks for the district for 43,000 students. And in St. Tammany, voters will decide in May 4th whether to authorize a bond that would raise $20 million for improvements, including park upgrades for 37,000 students. Mr. White, in the same article, argued that the new test will save money down the road. I hate to warn anybody on this, but we have more than 2 parishes, so costs will only go up. Plus, let's be honest, anytime they try to estimate the cost, it's always going to cost twice as much as what they originally intended. So, my question is, and this was I asked in the superintendent advisory meeting, which I didn't get an answer, Mr. White, what is Louisiana paying for the development of park testing, and what will the amount cost be?
Thank you for your comments. Appreciate your comments.
No answer, I guess.
Next speaker, please.
My name is Noelle Hill, and I'm a college student in early childhood education, and I'm representing myself. And though I have many issues regarding the Common Core standards, this is one I wanted to specifically address. I'm here to explain how the Common Core standards increase the learning gap among students. This concerns me as a student teacher who has seen the Common Core standards implemented in 3 different districts in Louisiana, and also as a future teacher. Lev Vygotsky was a child researcher who described learning as the construction of knowledge in a social context. One of the most significant elements of his theory is the zone of proximal development. This is the gap between what the child knows and what the child has not yet learned. Teachers should attempt to keep each child in his or her own zone. However, the Common Core standards prevent teachers from accomplishing this. The standards are too advanced and do not allow leeway for each child to learn at his or her own rate. This causes pressure to spend significant time, skill, and drilling instead of allowing students to construct their own knowledge within their zone of proximal development. Therefore, the Common Core standards are not developmentally appropriate. For example, one of the anchor standards specifically states to read closely to determine what the text says explicitly and to make logical inferences from it. But how can a kindergartner explicitly state an inference they have never experienced? Some children are able to accomplish this, while others are not. Therefore, it's increasing the learning and achievement gap. By supporting the Common Core standards, you are only encouraging the learning gap to increase.
Thank you for your comments.
Thank you.
Angel Lahine.
It's okay.
I'm sorry. Tara Oregon, Lee Barrios, and Amy Desolate. And you're up.
Hi. I'd like to, if I could, before I start, I'd like to ask the entire board and the superintendent a question. And it's relevant to what I'm going to speak about. How many of you, and raise your hands, have actually been at a parent-oriented town hall speaking on Common Core? How many of you have attended one of those? Not all of you. I'm going to tell you, my name is Jim Crumling, and I'm here representing 10 grandchildren and 1 great-grandchild. I'm the president of the Acadiana Patriots. What I've experienced in the last 5 weeks attending functions for this, organized by, not the Tea Party, but by the parents. I don't have a child that comes home every day, and I can't give these reports about the paperwork and that. But what I've experienced in listening to the parents discuss this, it can't be, as John said earlier, you said that's not in Common Core. I challenge you on that. That is part of it. It's on what that lady talked about. The sex ed is in the Common Core database, and the teachers pulled it from that. And I challenge that, and I constantly hear this. And I've heard, and we've had Holly at 2 or 3 functions in our area, and I see what's going on. One of the things that I learned was from the parents, and it broke my heart. It broke my heart to see these things take place and hear these parents give their heart out, and then we would have our BESE representative just blow it off. I mean, I couldn't handle that. And I was a good boy because I didn't get up and I didn't get angry and I didn't come out of order. But I don't understand that. And you know what? I know what the answer to that question is. If you follow the money, you will find the answer to everything that goes on with Common Core. And I'll tell you what, I challenge you to meet with me. I can show you exactly everything that happens because of money. And the sad part is, I love seeing standards. When I was in high school, I was challenged. I grew up in a little country school, and I was challenged, okay? I don't have no problem with challenges. I got a problem with Common Core. I got a big problem. I have seen things on my own on the Second Amendment, and don't stop me, I'll be done shortly. I've seen things where they've changed the Second Amendment. And that is Common Core, John. That stuff's coming from Common Core. And the questions were asked earlier, is this a socialistic thing? Yes, it is. And it's all about federal government control of another entity of our lives. I want the schools given back to our teachers and to our students, and the education in this state belongs to the people and not the BESE board.
Thank you for your comments. I don't know which end you're on. I think we're you. Yes. Next speaker, please.
Hi, my name is Katie Dunn, and I'm a teacher in New Orleans, Louisiana. The first thing that I want to do is I want to state that I am in full support of Common Core. I'm in support of Common Core not because someone handed it to me, not because someone came into my school and told me that I needed to do it, but I am a supporter of Common Core because when I first heard of it, I thought of the students that I was teaching when Hurricane Katrina hit my city, and those students had to evacuate to other states. When those students came back to our schools and told us stories of being held back in other states because they were not prepared for those grades, that hurt. And so when I first looked at the fact that Louisiana was adopting something that all students were going to be held accountable for across the nation, I saw that as a positive impact from my students. The second thing that I want to say is that I'm in full support of Common Core because I teach students with disabilities. I work at both a public school and a private school in the same day, and at both schools I work with students with disabilities. These students struggle on a daily basis. But one of the things that I want you to know is that when Common Core standards were first written, they were written in a linear fashion. They took one specific concept and started from the ground all the way up and built that one concept in a linear progression, not looking at what grade they were going to learn it in, not looking at what grade they were going to be responsible for it in, but looking at how one aspect of that concept related to the next in order for that student to make progress in that one particular concept. Then it was gone back and put into grades. So as a teacher of special needs students, this is important for me to know because when my students need those goals and objectives on their IEPs and their 504 plans, I can go back to that linear progression document that still exists on the Arizona State website, and I can look and see where is the grade level my students are now, how can I work backwards and forwards at the same time to meet that child where they are. I have developed special education professional developments on this. I will be presenting them with some of the KIPP schools in Boston. I've shared these things with parents. These are things that teachers of special education have talked about and collaborated on. The other thing that I want to mention is that when you have a water line and you have a bunch of rocks at the bottom of the river, you can raise that water line as high as you want, but those rocks are still going to be there. So at this point, we need to understand that there's not going to be a drop in achievement. It's going to be a reality check of the low expectations that we've had for several years now.
Thank you for your comments.
Madam Chairman.
Next speaker.
Madam Chairman.
We have a
Ms. Dunn.
comment from Mr. Garvey.
If you don't mind, I had asked earlier some questions about Common Core and special education.
Yes.
And IEPs, and you seem to be specializing in this. And so let me ask you the same thing. Do you see that Common Core impedes your ability to properly address the special needs of special education students?
Absolutely
and
not.
fulfill their IEPs?
I think it actually increases my ability because I can have better conversations with parents and other teachers in the building about what students really need, both academically and socially. It also gives me the opportunity, because there are actually less standards that I'm responsible for now, and so I have more time in my classroom to truly prepare those students, whereas before, if they didn't get it, I'm sorry, I need to move on with the rest of my lesson because I have to prepare you for something that you're not going to be prepared for it anyway. But now, because we don't have as many standards to be responsible for in 1 year, I can work at a longer period of time or for a longer period of time to really get those kids to master standards. I also have seen growth in my special needs students in their ability to communicate with one another, in their ability to communicate with teachers, and their ability to hold their own both in special education and mainstream classrooms, because they're now actually being held accountable for being part of a discussion in a classroom that no student was really responsible for before. And I've had whole entire classes where my students have sat there and held discussions, and my special needs students have held their own in those discussions. And I've never seen that before I started implementing Common Core.
And have you talked to other teachers in Orleans Parish that are teaching special education students?
Yes.
They seem to have the same experience?
Yes.
Do you know any
and
teachers?
And in Jefferson Parish as well.
Do you know any teachers that work in St. Tammany Parish?
I do not. I do have a niece and a nephew who go to St. Tammany Parish, and I do know that their mother and father are in support of Common Core.
Would you mind if I asked you to talk to some teachers in St. Tammany Parish
fine.
and ask them about the difficulties they're having and surrounding this issue?
Yeah,
Okay.
that's fine. I mean, I can leave my information.
I have your name, and I think I'll be able to find out.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. And you're up.
Okay. My name's Tara Ogeron. I'm a parent. Been doing a lot of research because there's a lot of controversy. But some of the things that I've come up with, I just still have not found the evidence that I'm looking for that this is going to do what it claims. In fact, during an American Enterprise Institute event entitled Common Core Meets the Reform Agenda that was held in March of this year, Chester Finn, who is president of the Thomas B. Fordham Foundation, y'all mentioned him already tonight, or them already tonight, and they're a strong supporter of the standards. And I'm quoting from the video from this conference that he is struck by how tentative everything still is and by how many unknowns there still are. He describes the implementation as a leap into the unknown, and he seems excited as he talks about the naturally occurring experiments around the country, and that a lot of these things are going to be experiments, frankly, for quite a while to come. At the same event, Dane Lynn, former director of the National Governors Association Education Division, urges waiting 5 or 10 years to revise the standards, and that will allow the experts time to gather the data and conduct the research. The NGA holds the copyright to the Common Core state standards, and I'm quoting from their copyright. Under the liability portion, the Common Core state standards are provided as is and with all faults. An NGA Center and CCSSO make no representations or warranties of any kind, express, implied, statutory, or otherwise, including without limitation warranties of title, merchantability, fitness for a particular purpose, non-infringement, accuracy, or the presence of or absence of errors, whether or not discoverable. So I have 2 questions. Are we going to risk 10 years of our children's education on standards that have not been tested or piloted in any other educational system? And this is why I'm here today, to voice my opposition. And also, who's going to be held responsible if these standards fail to deliver on what they promise, and who may actually, and that may actually cause harm to our children in developmental inappropriateness? Not the NGA. The people who have forced these standards on us, BESE, John White, Bobby Jindal, without the research. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Penny Janusa, Katie Lloyd, John Ayers, please come to the desk. And you're up.
Hello, I'm Angelle Allengue, and I am an instructional coach in St. Bernard Parish. And I do support the Common Core standards. 3 years ago, when the state rolled out the transition plan, our parish did begin to immediately have meetings with our teachers. We started there. We had conversations with them. We stayed every Thursday afternoon. until 8 o'clock at night sometimes, having conversations about what these standards meant. And we've done that for the past 2 years until this year that we're presently in. Now we're doing full implementation of the standards. This past summer, while we worked on our plan, we did that at my house, at my kitchen table, with kindergarten through 5th grade teachers from my entire parish, from 6 schools. Just teachers. There were no district people there. They did approve it after we came up with it. Barack Obama wasn't there. Nobody from the federal government came. Nobody. John, sorry, you didn't get an invite. But the teachers developed the curriculum that supports the Common Core standards. And if you look at the standards closely, they ask you to quote from text. They ask you to find a main idea. They ask you to summarize. And we have developed a scope and sequence in our parish so that every child is working on Standard 1 at the same time. And every child is working on Standard 3 at the same time. So if we're doing context clues in St. Bernard Parish, you can walk into any classroom from K through 5th grade and you can see evidence of a kindergarten teacher working on context clues and a 5th grade teacher working on context clues. And we have been able to do this because for the past 3 years, we have really, we've come together and we've had to pull our own resources. We've used our old BESE as support. We found other text. But it's been a collaborative effort that the teachers in our district have done. Now I'm able to support the work that the teachers are doing. We do have struggling students. We are supporting them with some intervention time built in during the day. We have had several parent meetings. As instructional coaches, we are asked to have parent meetings every month with parents to keep them informed. And as other work, I actually went to Dr. Beebe's parish 2 weeks ago to work with her principals and some of her administrators on close reading, just to help the teachers in the state, because these standards are attainable. These are things that our teachers can do. And I feel like if we continue to wait to roll it out and we just keep putting it off, it's never going to happen and we're never going to get there. We need to just go for it.
Thank you for your comments.
Madam Chair.
Yes, Dr. Beebe.
And I want to thank Ms. Sunshine because she did come to my district and presented great information. There will be turnaround. In fact, Wednesday, professional development. But again, with her experience, she's been working at the state level. Did I understand that? And so again, it goes back to implementation, and we're not all at the level of St. Bernard Parish. And I truly appreciate her for coming, but this needs to be extended statewide. And again, I will reiterate, we're not at all on a level playing field. Now, we can do the blame game and say, well, this didn't do it, that didn't do it. I wasn't superintendent at the time. And we come with different experiences. So these are all legitimate concerns communicated tonight. The reason I put it on the agenda is because we have to be open and receptive to the concerns, and as leaders, we need to respond to the concerns.
Thank you, Dr. Beebe.
Madam Chairwoman.
I think I heard Mr. Garvey first and then you, Ms. Bevy.
Thank you.
And I'm guessing that you're not going to be able to answer this, but do you know why some parishes started early and some parishes decided to wait until the last minute to implement?
I don't know that answer for sure, but I can say that from teachers that I know from neighboring parishes, there was this kind of worry that the standards weren't going to happen, that they weren't going to get implemented, so the districts were kind of waiting to see what happened instead of just moving into the transition, and we did not wait.
Okay, let me ask one more question. Do you know why your parish is able to have intervention classes for students, but other parishes don't seem to be either able or wanting or interested in doing that?
We just...
Did y'all get extra money for intervention classes?
No, sir. There was no extra money, but we have just scheduled our time blocks so that we have a core reading time, a common core reading time, and then we have a little bit of time during the day that they do intervention on each student's reading level to scaffold those students up to where they need to be for common core reading time.
Thank you.
Ms. Becky. I just wanted to request that you connect with me, maybe by email,
My information's on the BESE website. I have just found some impressive statistics on your district and would like to plan some time to talk to you and possibly visit your district to see it in action. So thank you for the work you're doing. Thank you.
Thank you.
I want to respond to Mr. Garvey's question. It all depends on the superintendent.
Is that you're talking about why some districts adopted it early and some adopted it late?
It's whatever the leadership is at the local level. Ask her. Why did St. Bernard do it? Because
our superintendent said, if the state is doing this, let's move with it. Let's go.
And has your district been rising in the district rankings?
We have been consistently going up since Hurricane Katrina now. Our rankings are going up. And actually, fifth grade scores in the ELA rose pretty well last year.
Thank you.
And that's all the speakers. Thank you. And so now we're with you.
Hi, my name is Amy Lott. I am an instructional strategist at Lafayette High School. This is my first year at Lafayette High, and previously I was in Iberia Parish, one of your areas. And I will tell you, I started in the Common Core standards 2 years ago, and I was one of the lead teachers in Iberia Parish that really kind of helped support our districts and push them forward with Common Core implementation. And we actually got together last year, and our ELA team met throughout the school year once a month, and we worked on implementation in the classroom and what that would look like. And we really came together as a team of teacher leaders from every school in order to create curriculum that would support the students in our classroom and also allow teachers the time to collaborate on that curriculum as well. And I've also been working with the teacher leaders for the state. I worked on trainings in April and in June this past year. And I will speak to several of the comments about districts not following through with implementation. There were many districts where they empowered their teacher leaders and they said, you've gone to this great training, you're the experts now on these standards, and we want you to come back and re-deliver it to the rest of the teachers in our district. And there were other districts that sadly only sent district people to the trainings and didn't re-deliver to the teachers and put the power in the teachers' hands. And there were other districts who sent their teachers, but then when the teachers got back to their districts, they didn't give them the time to re-deliver the materials. I know at the school I'm at now, they got their re-delivery of information on the last day of the school year when there were no students that they were going to see for an entire 2.5 months, and most of the teachers chose to take professional or personal day because they didn't want to come to school the last day. So there was a lot of pockets throughout the state where the message did not get down to the teachers. But I'm going to tell you, a good teacher who wants to be a proactive learner, they're never going to stop researching and studying and learning every day. And you know, I've heard a lot of things about building the airplane while we're flying. You know what? I've been doing that since day one in my classroom. Because if something doesn't work, I sit back, I reflect, and I figure out how I'm going to change it to be an effective teacher for my students so they can be successful. So yes, I do rebuild that airplane every single year. I throw the test out, and I start over, and I find the material, and I use the standards that are going to support my students to be successful.
Thank you so much. Thank you for your comments. Ms. Barrios.
Lee Barrios, St. Tammany. A comment that the other teacher made, really is one of the major problems with Common Core, is the idea or the promotion that a set of standards must lead to standardization and that that's a good thing. It is not a good thing when children are expected to be individuals, creative, and to go out in the world and do their own thing and think for themselves. Dr. Jean Burns was one of my most challenging teachers in graduate school. I had her for 3 courses. If I were to, I guess that if I were to sit here and say, now that we have Common Core, I can teach my students to be critical thinkers, she probably would choke. The idea that teachers couldn't do that before, that's a problem in itself. We need to put more effort into developing our teachers, mentoring them, professional development for them, if that's the case. To say that now I will have the freedom with Common Core to write my own curriculum, my own lesson plans, that's another huge problem. We have one of our members up there has a hate-love relationship with public education in Louisiana. He hates to admit our strengths and loves to advertise our weaknesses. In fact, Common Core is not as challenging as what Louisiana and 13 other states previously had. Notice I use the word challenging. Rigorous connotes hard. Students don't like things that are hard. They see it negatively. Challenging, on the other hand, they love. It engages them. In fact, Louisiana was recognized as having the second highest academic standards, assessments, and accountability in the United States in 2012. Quality Counts report reported in Ed Week. In fact, that year the average United States score was 85.3 or a B, but Louisiana had a 97.2, an A. In fact, St. Tammany had even higher standards than the state and has been using a state-approved, BESE-approved, about 10 years ago, our own guaranteed curriculum with successful results. But now it has to be rewritten. We're going backwards.
Ms. Barrios, if you'll wrap it up, please.
St. Tammany's an A-rated parish. It has the highest ACTs, of course, in the scores in the state. Why are we talking about causing this huge uproar with a set of unresearched and tested and piloted curriculum and standards when we have that in St. Tammany? Let's go to St. Tammany and see what needs to be done to improve education. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Susan Kahn, Michael Stone, Sean Fleming, if you'll come to the desk, please. And you're up.
Hi, my name is Penny Januso, and I'm the Math and Science Specialist for Lafayette Parish School System. I was formerly an assistant principal, a math coach, and a teacher, high school teacher at Carencro High School, where I graduated from. I'm also the Vice President of the Louisiana Council of Supervisors of Mathematics, so I'm here representing them today in support of Common Core and the continued study of Common Core and implementation in our schools. The Common Core State Standards prepare our students to become college and career ready. What does that mean? That means that students will definitely be prepared to when they enter college or post-secondary studies, and that's very important. I have 2 of my own children in college at this time, and they too have struggled when they should not have, and they are products of our public school system, and they are doing well. One's in Calc 1 and one's in Calc 3, and I'm very proud of them, and they're working very hard to overcome the things that they weren't able to accomplish at first. But I think it's very important as parents, and I also have 2 grandchildren, and so I'm very interested in the success of Common Core and their implementation in our public school system. Why would we want this change? Because we want students to learn deeply about the mathematics, understand the concepts, truly understand that what it means. We want them to understand the whys, not just the hows. This is how you do it. Now repeat what I did 10 times. We want them to know why they're doing it and what is the meaning behind it. We want students to be fluent as well. We want them to be able to apply the mathematics. And my college student in Calc 1 said, "Mom, I'm not quite sure about this problem." And I said, "Well, why is that? It's really Algebra 1 skill." "Well, yeah, but it has all these words here." You know, she knew how to do the math, she knew how to do the process, but she didn't understand how to break down and problem solve. And this Common Core State Standards really drive home problem solving. Our district did begin studying in 2010 Common Core State Standards. We have offered many opportunities for professional development and across the district as well. I'm also a member of the Teacher Leader Cadre and the Educator Leader Cadre for the state, and was able to go back and redeliver that into our district. So I just want to leave you with a couple of quotes from teachers from our district. I have a 4th grade teacher from Woodville Elementary that stated, "I gave a place value test last year. It was very tough. I only had 2 students pass. I thought I'd try this again this year after Common Core and the new strategies and building the deeper understanding. They all passed. I can tell they understand place value much better this year." Another teacher from 4th grade in Carencro Heights.
Considering all the years I've been teaching, this is the first time that I really know that my students have good number sense and that they're not just understanding an algorithm.
Thank you for your comments. We appreciate it.
Good evening. My name is Katie Lloyd. I'm a senior studying early childhood education, and I am representing myself. I'm here to discuss how the Common Core state standards are not appropriate for young children in grades kindergarten through 3rd specifically. Although I have many issues with the Common Core state standards, I will be addressing a specific issue. Kathy Richardson, one of the nation's most respected math educators, states that children need multiple and ongoing opportunities to develop number sense, which is a child's ability to know numbers, relative values, develop useful strategies when counting, and how to use them in math operations. This development of number sense typically surfaces around age 7. Per the Common Core state standards, in 1st grade, students are expected to add and subtract within 20 fluently, as well as determine an unknown whole number in an addition or subtraction equation. These standards expect children to have already developed this number sense, when in reality they do not understand it. Kathy Richardson also states that when children are taught mathematical concepts or procedures before they reach certain levels of thinking, they do not see the underlying logic of mathematics they are working with. This creates an illusion of learning and hinders children from an understanding that is necessary for further growth in learning. This concerns me as a student teacher and as a future teacher, as children are the future of this community, of this state, and of this country. We need a set of standards that is created by educators and child development experts in order to ensure they are appropriate for young children, fostering children's development instead of hindering it. So I'm asking you, as representatives of the children of this state, what are you going to do to ensure that children are educated in a way that is appropriate to their development? Because Common Core is not appropriate.
Thank you for your comments.
I would like an answer if possible.
Would Ms. Gary come down, please?
I've waited 14 hours to speak, and I know that you have been giving answers to some other speakers. I'm asking you what you're going to do to ensure that our children are educated in a way that is appropriate for their development.
I'm sorry, this is not a question and answer session, but if
Okay,
you'll
well,
write that down and submit that, then he will do
Thank
that for you.
you.
Liz Gary, Catherine Goppelt, I'm sorry, Coach Frank Buckley, if you would come to the desk, please, and you're up.
Hello, everyone. My name is Michael Stone. I'm the Chief External Relations Officer at New Schools for New Orleans, a third-party intermediary whose mission is to deliver on the promise of excellent public schools for every child in New Orleans. I'll be brief, I promise. I'm here today on behalf of my organization and the 61 schools in New Orleans that we are partnering with on Common Core transition in vociferous support of Louisiana's commitment to Common Core and to PARC. We've heard a lot today from folks on both sides about all the various issues, so I'll sort of cut to the chase. I think for the past year, our organization has been, as I said, working with 61 schools in New Orleans, roughly 70% of the schools in the city to assist with Common Core transition. Those schools are overwhelmingly low income. Approximately 90% of those students who attend those schools are qualify for free or reduced lunch. Students who attend those schools arrive in kindergarten behind. Their families struggle with poverty and safety, shelter. Their parents work multiple jobs. Based on the data we've seen in New York and in Kentucky, students who are at risk are the ones who are the most likely to see their scores decline and to see their scores decline the most. And yet, what we're seeing with the 61 schools that we are partnering with is that they are, every one of them, completely committed to making sure that we are implementing this effectively. We have heard testimonials from teachers and from instructional leaders and curricular leaders saying that they believe that these things like, for the first time in my life, I feel like I'm actually teaching. I don't have to worry about teaching across multiple standards. I can focus on a few things and make sure I go deeply. My students aren't just regurgitating facts or algorithms. They're actually learning and learning how to think. And I think for those reasons, we are we continue to be supportive, and we encourage you to continue to support the Common Core standards in Louisiana and the transition. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Ken?
You may.
Good evening, Madam Chairwoman, committee members, and Superintendent. My name is Susan Kahn. I'm an assessment coordinator for the Lafayette Parish School System. I'm also a doctoral student at Louisiana State University studying educational leadership and research. I'm a former curriculum coordinator and classroom teacher for Louisiana Public Schools. I'm a product of the Louisiana Public Schools in Calcasieu Parish, and I'm also a graduate of the University of Louisiana Systems. As a fourth grade teacher in Lafayette Parish, I taught the Louisiana Comprehensive Curriculum, and I spent innumerable hours remediating skills that students did not master in previous years. You heard our superintendent earlier, Dr. Pat Cooper, mention our 4,000 students who are 2 and 3 grade levels behind right now. The consistent response that I hear from teachers in my district echo Mr. Mike's comments is that teachers are now able to focus on the content and skills that matter most for their students, and that students are able to master skills with greater understanding and at greater depths of knowledge than ever before. No longer do the textbook companies dictate what our students should learn, nor does the state mandate how teachers should teach. Teachers have that ability to teach students how they think they best will ensure learning for their students. We are seeing that success in our district, as Ms. Januso mentioned some comments. Some of our teachers in the comments we're hearing is that growth is phenomenal this year, and that they are so grateful their students are finally understanding content at deep levels. The state has provided resources to support this implementation created with Louisiana educators. Local districts have had the opportunity to design and or prescribe programs or curricula, and teachers have that choice to decide what gets taught in the classroom and in what way. Concerning the PARC assessments, my district leadership capitalized on my role as an educator leader PARC member, and I have provided PARC professional development on our district. We have a strategic plan that we implemented in July and at a basic level last year even. I'll conclude with educators in our district have worked for the past 2 years on this implementation to align our curriculum and provide resources and supports for our teachers. We may be experiencing growing pains, but those pain points are indicators of growth. Our teachers are growing and our students are growing. Please let us continue this work for the success of our students.
Thank you for your comments.
My name's Terry Timke. I'm from Jefferson Parish. We've heard a lot of talk about standards tonight, and I just want to broaden the picture a little bit and say that the Common Core State Standards Initiative is much larger than just standards. We know it's about common standards, common testing, and also an invasive student database that's going to collect information on our children. I'm going to just direct my comments to PARC for now. I know we're short of time. But in 2010, the federal government, via the Federal Department of Education, gave over $180 million to the PARC consortium. And as they always do, we don't give money away for free. There's always strings attached. So in the cooperative agreement between PARC and the Federal Department of Education, PARC agreed to, and I quote, provide timely and complete access to any and all data collected at the state level to the Federal Department of Education. And in addition, PARC agreed to, and I quote again, make student-level data that results from the assessment system available to the Department of Education on an ongoing basis. It doesn't say aggregate information, it says student-level data. And as someone mentioned earlier, I hope you all know that in December of 2011, the Federal Department of Education gutted the FERPA laws at the federal level. We no longer have protections for our children. Parental consent is no longer required for personally identifiable information, and the Department of Education conveniently gave itself the power to designate authorized users of this information. So my contention is that with our parks agreement with the Federal Department of Education, there is no way that you can protect our children's confidential information. And I would ask that you get out of park immediately. And I brought the membership opt-out process from our agreement with the Park Consortium, and I'll just read it to you. At any time, a state may withdraw from the consortium by providing written notice to the chair of the governing board, signed by the individuals holding the same positions that signed the MOU, at least 10 days prior to the effective date of the withdrawal, including an explanation of the reasons for withdrawal. 3 signatures: the governor, the BESE board president, and the superintendent of education. If you care about our children and the confidentiality of their information, get us out of park.
Thank you for your comment.
Madam Chairman.
Mr. Garvey?
Yeah, this raises a question that I have for the superintendent. The student data that's going to be collected that the park entity is going to have access to on Louisiana students, will any of it be personally identifiable information?
No. The federal government already, first of all, does not collect individual student records. The federal government...
Would that be student level?
No, they
do
not.
They do not collect that?
They do not.
And, and Park is not going to collect that?
The federal government does not collect student level information. Park will need to identify that there are individuals, but they will not accept any information that is identifiable for an individual. So in other words, the federal government does not even take individual records. Park will have to take individual records because you need to test individual kids, but they will not have any ability to identify what individual those data are.
The identification number is not going to be the Social Security number?
Correct.
It's going to be a randomly generated ID number?
A unique student identifier that is not a Social Security number and is not traceable to that individual.
Okay, thank you.
Jeffrey Weaver, Carol Price, and Sharon Nicaise. Okay, you're up.
Just disappeared. I'm sorry. Good evening. My name is Liz Gary, and I live in Mandeville in St. Tammany Parish. And I would first like to thank Mr. Garvey for asking the Teacher of the Year your questions about if she was serving kids with disabilities. I do ask you to remember that she is Teacher of the Year and that she received the support from other special ed teachers and did not mention her district or her state help. The teachers who spoke here tonight, too, do not represent the majority of special education teachers who are struggling more than ever to teach our children. Please remember that the success of our children depends on the skills of the teacher. Without those skills, there will be bad outcomes, and it will widen the gap, not close it. I am here today to express my concern for the Common Core initiative. I say initiative because it's much more than just the standards. For some reason, every time a proponent of Common Core talks about it, they want to draw it all to the standards as if this is our only concern. Our concerns are so much bigger than this. Parents are not opposed to higher standards. We're all for raising the bar for our children, but not with a flawed initiative that was rammed down our throats with very little input, if any, from people in our state. Parents continue to be discredited by the media, business leaders, and elected officials concerning their issues with the Common Core initiative. We are greatly concerned with what has been adopted by our state, along with 44 other states in the District of Columbia, as the higher standards needed to move us ahead, both national and globally, by all who are in favor. It is obvious that we have hit a nerve because the proponents are trying harder every day to discredit us. The proponents continue to spew the same rhetoric that has absolutely no credibility or reliability as to the future benefits for our children. We are making a difference. Our voices are being heard. Our legislators are listening, and they are hearing us. This is about our children. We know our children best, and the Common Core initiative is not good for our children. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Coach, you're up. Oh, are we next? I'm sorry, I just was going down the line, but if you're up. Sure.
I think this mic is working. I'd like to stand. Thank you. My name is Catherine Guppert. I'm from Ascension Parish. We want standards, Louisiana standards for Louisiana children. So why would we continue with Common Core? We must raise the standards to raise the test scores. These are the administrators speaking, the educational elite. Can you produce one study to show that raising standards will improve test scores or increase learning? Raising scores may make the educational system look good on paper. Promotions will come and pensions will grow and corporations will profit. But what will happen to the children? They will be promoted even though they fail English and become high school illiterates. Scores went down 70% in New York and Kentucky after testing Common Core standards. Will Superintendent White manipulate the numbers to soften the blow in Louisiana? It's not about the children. We must improve our failing educational system. These are the politicians speaking. Ms. Boffey recently stated, quote, Louisiana ranks 48th in student achievement and chance for success in a scorecard from Education Week. 6 criteria were used to get that state card report. Ms. Boffey used the first 2 indicators, 34% of the total score, that were the lowest for Louisiana, and disregarded the other 4. Louisiana was 15th, not 48th overall. It's not about the children. Superintendent White has stated, quote, changes to our system are yielding good outcomes for kids and families. Pediatricians are being asked to put children on drugs to help them cope with school stress. Children with A's and B's who have never failed before are bringing home D's and F's. Teachers without textbooks are being asked to write curriculum from online toolboxes, work overtime, do additional paperwork, attend group meetings to decide on lesson plans with less classroom instruction time to produce better results. Parents are sitting at the kitchen table. Tears are falling. They're unable to help their children with excessive homework late into the evening. Discouragement and defeat. More kids on drugs for stress, teachers resigning and retiring early. Does this sound like, quote, good outcomes to you? Stop the chaos and confusion. BESE is required to regularly review the academic standards. Have you, ladies and gentlemen on this board, ever looked at the Common Core standards to review them? That is what I would ask you to do tonight, is to make a decision yourselves, to look at the standards. Do it for the children. Thank you.
Thank you.
Coach Frank, New Orleans, Louisiana, and Jefferson Parish. John, you are a great speaker, but the devil is a lie and a deceiver too. This is what we get when we allow people with 5 weeks of education training make decisions for our kids. You don't really care about us. If Martin Luther King was living, he wouldn't let this be. We are in the driving seat of creating money makers for someone, creating more failing schools, more cheating on school tests, on state tests, lawsuits being filed, and teachers losing their job because they are whistleblowers. You are asking my 6th graders that have yet to pass a 4th grade LEAP test to do 8th grade work. And if they fail, it's my fault. I gave you some handouts, but I won't be able to go through all of them, but I'm going to go through some of them. There's one of them that's dated August the 14th, 2011, to John White from Frank Buckley. This was a reply to and asking you to request about a conversation we had on August the 9th, 2011. When I told you that there was cheating going on at my school, and you told me you was not going to investigate it. That came out of your mouth. On August the 18th, a separation notice was sent to me, dated August the 18th, 4 days after I sent you the email. It had on there my last day of working was 5/20/2011. Date of separation was 7/25/2011. It says I was let go because of lack of a reduction in force. The school I was let go from, after, on the 24th, they were looking for a teacher subject to be determined. In July, they were still looking for a teacher subject to be determined. We met in August, and that's when you told me that you wasn't going to investigate, you was going to find a job for me. The devil is a lie and a deceiver too. When you made that comment, this was jobs for me. From the school I left. You talked about how great the principal said I was. Why was I dismissed? I filed a lawsuit.
Coach, would you try to wrap up, please?
Give me a few more
Thank
minutes.
you.
All right. I filed a lawsuit in civil court. It was petitioned to be moved to federal court by Buddy.
Is this relevant to Common Core?
This is
Coach?
Common Core. This is what's going to happen with Common Core. People are going to lose their jobs. People are going to cheat. When people report that cheating is going on, they're going to be fired. This is what's going on. I've been talking about cheating for the longest, and this board is ignoring me. Chad, the last time y'all came to New Orleans, we talked about a grandparent talked about a child that was attending a KIPP school where the teacher from KIPP came over to her house and read the test to her child. Where's that written? That's cheating. The test don't have any business leaving the schools. For 8 years, we have been lying about how great the Recovery School District is. Now we're starting to lie about how great Common Core is going to be. Y'all don't care about us.
Thank you, Coach, for your comments. Dominique McGee, Brendan O'Kelly, Nicole Nelson, would you please come to the desk, and Maya Bennett, and Dr. Walker Jones. You did not want to speak, or you do want to speak? Okay. And Bridget Nelson. We called your name earlier, and you had stepped out, so you're up to. This represents the last cards. Yes, you're up. I'm sorry.
My name is Jeffrey Weaver. I am currently president of the Louisiana Association of Teachers of Mathematics. I have been given authority to tell the BESE board that the Louisiana Association of Teachers of Mathematics board is in support of the Common Core standards. On that board, we have a sum total of over 300 years of mathematical teaching experience. I alone have 27 years, having taught anything from middle school to the university. I currently teach at Baton Rouge Community College, where every year when we get our incoming students, the majority of which are coming almost directly out of high school, we have over 65% of them which come to us in developmental math courses. In those developmental math courses, the students come with no securely held knowledge. One of the complaints of anyone that's working in the math department is that the students lack rigor. The students do not understand rigor. They do not have securely held knowledge. We are literally having to teach or reteach skills that are middle school or high school in their tenor. It is a part of our issue that we would like to be able to offer higher mathematics courses to our incoming students. However, we're finding that their skills are sorely lacking. They do not have a sense of rigor. They do not understand mathematical concepts conceptually, and they do have a lack of attention to detail. The Common Core standards would address all of these issues if they were to be allowed to be implemented in the school system. Yes, this is an evolution. Evolution is supposed to be a very penetrating act. It is something that does not happen overnight. It is not something that happens easily. If it happens easily, it will doom to fail. What we need to do is we need to make sure that we are supportive of the core. We cannot ditch the core before we have any data to suggest otherwise. All I need to tell you is that if we were to go ahead and extract the core, your educational system would be an empty apple.
Thank you for your comments. We'll come down here. You're up.
Mr. Mackey.
Yes, Dr. Beebe.
I'd like to, sir, I'd like to make a comment because some of the concerns noted earlier, teachers are more or less watering down grades, if you will, because of the concerns from parents, from students, and from districts. We don't want our children to fail. So if we sugarcoat it, is that going to help your situation in?
I'm not quite sure what you mean by sugarcoating. Could you clarify?
Well, we are, as it's been communicated today from several speakers, that The students are having, experiencing some challenges with the lessons presented. So therefore, the teachers are simplifying tests so that the children will have success on those tests. So if this is the case, are we truly reforming? Are we truly going to result in better outcomes if this happens in districts? Because everybody is missing the point as I see it. It's with implementation. It's with implementation, sir, because our teachers have not been properly trained, and we've heard the testimony, and I might add many of these teachers were brought in at the invitation of the network team leaders. And so there are many out there in the field who would offer testimony to the challenges they face, that they have not been adequately prepared, and we can blame superintendents, or we can blame school boards, or we can play the blame game. This is reality. And when there is change, change is a process, as you said, evolution. Well, we woke up one day and it's here, and it's confronted us, and what we're saying is, yes, it's frustrating, it's challenging, and then lurking above us is the fact that teachers are held accountable, students are held accountable. I know Superintendent White eloquently stated that in December we're going to bring forth policy, and it's not going to be so bad because students won't fail. Well, if they won't fail, it's because of manipulation of data.
If I may, I made no statement regarding the implementation process. You have had anecdotal evidence suggested tonight that honor students who were once honor students are now in failing conditions, and I can't answer to any of that because I'm unclear on their situation. However, it's not a watering down process that's the issue. It's not about necessarily that implementation that's the issue. The issue that I'm trying to express to you is the fact that it is about rigor. It is about understanding the math conceptually. And that is the crux of the matter. Many times tonight I've heard emotional evidence being given, but not empirical logical evidence. And the logical evidence here is the fact that if a student does not understand a concept, regardless of how you are implementing it, teaching it, testing it, assessing it, if they do not have that rigorous contextual knowledge, and that knowledge is not securely held, then there is a problem. And I'm not suggesting that what we're doing at this exact moment is going to cure that problem, but everything requires an opportunity to bloom. I am not going to plant anything in a garden and stare at it for a day or so and then expect to get flowers.
Thank you for your comments. Sure.
By the way, Dr. Beebe mentioned our network team leaders, and I just wanted to use this opportunity. I thank you for mentioning them. There are 4 of them are sitting in the back. Gail Sloan, Melissa Stilley, Francis Touchette, and Warren Drake, who I think are some of our state's finest educators. They're leading the Common Core implementation for us across the state, and I just want to thank you. As you were mentioned, I thank Dr. Beebe, you for mentioning. Thank you. Thank you.
And you're up.
Good evening. My name is Nicole Nelson, and I'm a 5th grade teacher in Caddo. And I represent almost everyone here. First, I was a 3rd grade teacher to the same students that I'm a 5th grade teacher. And I can say that I come from a district where I don't feel that they are preparing teachers as well as they should. But when I became a teacher, I became a professional. So it wasn't up to me to depend on my district or anybody else. Yes, it was more challenging for me, but I have seen my students grow from a point where they were not able to explain a thing to a point where they can debate now. I have seen students go so far. Yes, it is an equalizer. That's what Common Core does. It equalizes. Is it going to be hard for the parents? Yes. Is it going to be hard for the teacher? Yes. Is it going to be hard for the principals? Yes. It's going to make everybody accountable. Common Core is bringing us to the standard to where we need to be. It's standards. That's what it is. It's giving us, I can take my children down if I need to go down because I am the teacher, so I know what they need. If I need to go higher because they've met all of these standards, I can go higher. Common Core allows me the freedom to do this as a teacher, which is why I'm a teacher, because I can put that creativity back in. It's where my passion lies. Also, what I'm seeing now is I don't have time. I hear everything about homework. Well, what I do is, so that I can help my parents, and if we're discussing with our parents and discussing with each other, I understand my parents don't really understand Common Core. So that's the time that I can give them those basic skills to practice at home. And they're not doing hours of homework. So I don't think it's a problem with Common Core. It's just a problem with how we're doing everything. And it's time to stop blaming and finding solutions. I'm in support of Common Core.
Thank you very much for your comments. Dr. Walker-Jones.
Thank you, Dr. Jones. Thank you, Madam Chair and BESE members. I know you've had a very long day. I wasn't here the first time you called my name, but I did want to come to the table mostly to express my extreme gratitude to the districts and the educators who didn't miss a beat 3 years ago when this board adopted Common Core, got to work, and are now reaping the benefits. The state owes you a real thank you, and I want to express that from the Louisiana Association of Business and Industry. And to the districts that did take 3 years to wake up, that's nothing short of malfeasance in my opinion, and I do ask on behalf of your students, your businesses, any opportunity for economic development, the citizens in your districts to please help your teachers teach children. South Louisiana is in the midst of an economic boom. We have $60 billion of new and expanded projects that have been announced. If our students aren't poised for these highly technical STEM jobs, businesses will be forced to recruit from out of state and out of country. And once again, our citizens will miss out on a once-in-a-lifetime economic opportunity. If that happens, shame on all of us.
Thank you for your remarks. Dr. Beebe?
Ms. Nealon, may I ask you, when was the last time you were in the classroom?
Do you mean as a visitor or as a teacher?
As a visit.
Probably 4 months ago.
Okay, have you visited many at-risk schools?
Every school I visited was at risk, Dr. Beebe.
Okay, well, do you recognize the challenges our teachers face with all of the expectations, with as you pointed out, some districts were asleep? How dare you say that?
You said that, Dr. Beebe. I repeated your verbiage. And frankly, I have faith in our teachers. Our teachers can rise to the challenge. I'm just sad that some people don't.
I have no doubt they can, but this is building the plane as we fly it, and we have not given them adequate preparation as I see it.
Thank you, Dr.
The
Beebe.
plane is flying. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Walker-Jones.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairperson. I'm Dr. Michael Walker-Jones, Executive Director of the Louisiana Association of Educators. First, let me compliment all of you for hanging in there. This has been a long day. I haven't seen a day like this since
last month?
2012 sometime. I can't remember. But I will say, too, that I'm here representing the LAE, and the voice that I'm representing is that of our new president, Ms. Debbie Moe. She wanted to be here. She wanted to testify specifically on this issue, but tonight she's having a meeting with some teachers up in the Alexandria area. She's actually put it upon herself to go around and listen to all of the educators in their home areas after school, to listen to what their concerns and their needs are. I've encouraged her to do this, but at the same time, I've also suggested to her, too, that this information that you're collecting is simply anecdotal information. It's the information of the experiences of those individual teachers. And much of that, I think the good doctor earlier had said, you know, we've heard a bunch of that tonight as well. And I have the highest regard and respect for those people who are in the classroom. I'm very emotional about this issue for two reasons. One, first let me give you, and we will be sending this to you, the Louisiana Association of Educators. We didn't create the Common Core standards. Our national participated, and many of our members in the National Education Association participated in the development of the Common Core standards. Teachers are in favor of standards. Let me make that very clear. Teachers are in favor of standards. Policymakers like yourselves in the legislature set the direction that's supposed to go in. We encourage always that those standards should be developed by those of us who are professionals who are trained in whether it's curriculum development, whether it's ed psychology, whether it's cognitive development. But the professionals were involved in this particular process. And for that, I will say that we have very little in the way of criticism of what is actually a work in progress. The Common Core state standards are not finalized. They are not the final product, but they are an evolutionary, or they will be an evolutionary process. Teachers are in favor of standards. Now, let us, as the association, drop the other shoe. The implementation of those standards in this state, and I think Board Member Garvey, you asked a question earlier. And much of the questions that you guys have asked and much of what I have heard and seen from you as board members border on your belief that the anecdotal will get you all the data that you need. As an academic, I have to reject that. If we're going to push the Common Core, we have to reject that. Where is the data regarding how our teachers are implementing this? You have heard all kinds of stories in terms of where teachers are, but the implementation is proceeding anyway. What we're suggesting to you as the LAE in terms of our support of the Common Core state standards is that the implementation needs to have certain key elements. One of those elements is we've got to be concerned regarding the age appropriateness of where the curriculum and how it lines up with the standards. And if the standards are not necessarily lining up with where the curriculum ought to be, then one or the other has to be adjusted. That's a professional activity. It is not a political activity. It's a professional activity. The reason I'm emotional about this is because in 1971, when I entered into the classroom, the methodology that we were trained to use was called the scientific inquiry method. It was based on the work of Piaget and Brunner. And when I taught, I consistently and constantly evaluated the methodologies and instruction that I use. And at the same time, I was a full-time graduate student in the College of Education at the University of Rochester in cognitive development. I'm a full-time teacher and a full-time graduate student. Why I get emotional about this is because this is not new. And I look at the wonderful, young, and vibrant teachers who were here tonight who are thinking, oh, this is great, this is brand new. It's not. But I am so glad that we are moving in the direction that in the 1970s, when I was 22 years old, that we as educators at that point were also very excited about. We did pre and post testing. We have all kinds of curriculum specialists, and I myself was also a Title I math teacher trainer. And very proud of the 4 years that I spent teaching elementary school, the 1 year that I spent teaching preschool, the 3 years that I spent teaching high school, the 7 years I spent teaching undergraduate and graduate school. If you notice, I've never taught middle school, and I will never teach middle school. I am sane.
You are missing it.
However, one of the things that we say as LAE is that we want to make sure that there is proper funding. The funding has not been there. The curriculum, and the reason why many of the districts have sort of waited and see, because for the last 5 years they've been starved. That's one of the issues.
Dr. Walker-Jones, will you wrap up, please?
I will do that, but please, just give me one level of indulgence here. I'm giving you the position of the association in terms of, again, some of the concerns that you have expressed. The implementation needs to be fully funded. We need to make sure that all of the districts have the curriculum. And if the state's not going to provide a curriculum framework, because in 1992, I was also in Massachusetts when we had our second level of reform. Since 1992, and 20 years it took for Massachusetts to get where it is. It was not without angst, and it was not without hard work on the part of everyone. Second, please, the value, and please include one of the things that we have to conclude from tonight. Parents have not been involved in this process enough. And if you're not analytical enough to see that from what parents have been saying, then again, maybe we need to go back and get retrained. Our teachers cannot do this job alone. And part of what it is that we have to do is, and I'm encouraging you, and Superintendent White, you and I have discussed this, please, let's look at taking a look at the Teacher Empowerment and Learning Survey. Let's get the data from the folks. Let's stop going with anecdotal information, going over to one school, talking to them, or going over to another school district. And I am going to sum it up. The implementation of the curriculum is the key to making sure that it's aligned with the standards. And that is one of the things, too, that we have not heard tonight. Implementation is key. How we implement, how we go about implementing the Common Core state standards and aligning the curriculum is actually what's going to help us to be successful. And finally, planning time, implementation, collaboration, and reassessment. We have to have those built into what we're doing in the next 2 or 3 years. I know this is going to be a tough job for you guys, and please, we're here to help and work with you on that. And thank you very much for the opportunity. Thank you very much, Madam Chair, for your indulgence.
And last but certainly not least, Ms. Bennett.
Good evening, good night, and thank you. My name is Maya Bennett, and I'm a reading interventionist at a high-poverty inner-city school here in Baton Rouge. Isn't it great that embedded in Louisiana's Common Core state standards is the practice of persevering through problem solving? When our kids come of age and are confronted with the challenges and opportunities of their time, they will come to resolution with greater skill than we have this evening. Their ability to evaluate content for their consumption as described in Louisiana's Common Core state standards will further enable them to navigate, it's a little late, y'all, the increasingly nuanced issues facing our world. Like I said, I teach in a high-poverty inner-city school, and I believe in my kids. I know that all kids can learn. Our kids are ready for this. I am so proud that my state was a part of the development of Louisiana's Common Core state standards and was an early adopter. I am loving this moment of challenge and opportunity. I remember back in 2010 going to the website, downloading and printing the standards and getting started. This has been in the works. Louisiana's Common Core state standards represent an unprecedented opportunity to elevate the quality and effectiveness of teaching and learning in America's schools. Never before have we seen this level of collaboration and commitment to creating academic standards that will prepare our students for success in the 21st century. We must also acknowledge that for too long, Louisiana has failed its kids, and not for lack of trying, but in many ways due to an inadequacy of our standards. Louisiana's Common Core state standards are the opportunity to change that. If we dare to imagine the world that our students will graduate into, we will understand the urgency of now and why college and career readiness is vital. I encourage you to research the education systems of Finland, South Korea, and Canada, analyze their outcomes, and really get a glimpse of what our kids are up against. To become world leaders in education, we must move forward with Louisiana's Common Core state standards. This is the moment I've been waiting for. Every day I'm inspired by my kids. Common Core makes me a better person. Louisiana's Common Core state standards encompass critical thinking as well as creative thinking. Collaboration and perseverance are embedded. If we get this right, we can annihilate poverty. In order to do so, we can't just talk about teachers and students. We also have to talk about districts and school leaders. We all need support in this work. It is our moral imperative to move boldly forward into the 21st century, believing in the potential of our teachers and our students. This is not about politics, simply about our kids, and they deserve standards that will prepare them for the challenges of a global economy. This is indeed our moment. I challenge you to be courageous as we move forward in the implementation of Louisiana's Common Core state standards, but I also ask you to be kind. Be kind to the teachers and be kind to the students, as we will surely make mistakes along the way. Learning is messy, but it's worth it. If we are given the time and opportunity to grapple and negotiate this amazing set of standards, I promise you, we will, with all of our hearts and all of our minds, strive for excellence and surely achieve that goal. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your comments. I want to congratulate all of you. This has been a wonderful dialogue. It's been a great opportunity for us to hear from so many people with both sides of the fence. Thank you for persevering and being here, because it says that you care about the children in the state of Louisiana, and we care about you. Thank you for being here. We'll now return to our original agenda. Oh, I'm sorry, we're going to read some cards. No, we're not finished
Several
yet.
people didn't speak, but they need to be recorded in the record. Dominique McGee, support the recommendation. Sharon Nices, support the recommendation. Rachel McGee, support the recommendation. Janet Bean, support. Kristen McGee, support. Nancy Yoder, support. Lauren Trahan, support. Linda Hopp, oppose. Kayla Bergeron, oppose. Rosalind Rhodes, oppose. Rebecca Richard, oppose. Carol Price, oppose. And for other, Brendan O'Kelly, John Ayers, Dennis Burke, Lori Bergeron, Mary Wilson, Anna Smith, Eric Lewis, Casey Pelche, Desiree Hanby, and Sean Fleming.
Madam Chairman.
Yes.
Can I add one bit to that? Janet Bean was here and had to leave. She was not just in support for herself. She was here on behalf of the Committee for One Greater New Orleans, and she left a document for me that I would like to put in the record stating that group's support.
Thank you.
Common Core.
Ms. Bradford?
Yes.
Madam Chairwoman? Oh, I'm sorry.
Peyton?
I would just like to thank everyone for coming. As being a student, I am a student in high school right now, and it's nice to see everyone take interest in my education and the education of all the students that I represent. And just looking at this, it seems to me that the problem is not Common Core, the problem is implementation. I do represent students from elementary into high school, and in the high school setting, I love Common Core. It's getting me more college ready, along with my AP classes and doing these things. It does help out on the track. But going back and looking at it from an elementary standpoint, I see that those districts that aren't involved yet, we do have those districts that took this in from the very beginning and they're so successful with it. But what about those districts that aren't? How are we, if we're going to fully implement this, we have classes of students that are failing right now in elementary school. How is this going to be addressed? I'm very for it for high school, but for elementary school, I think we may have to step back and look at these districts that didn't take it yet. And what are we going to do to help them succeed?
Thank you.
I just wanted to make a comment. It's been a long day, and it's not over. However, I just want to thank everyone for taking the time to be here today to discuss a very important issue. And for me, I've been doing research, trying to learn more about this Common Core. And one of the things that I have been able to conceptualize for me is that I don't think the standards is an issue. That's what I'm hearing. But it's the implementation of the process in which we have implemented the Common Core. I have talked to various parents on all levels. And my major concern is that the parents that I talk to, these are parents that have masters and PhDs. And they'll tell me, Carolyn, here I am, a parent, an educated parent, financially stable. My child come home, my child are in magnet schools. My child come home with homework, and I'm doing the homework 2-3 hours. By the time I finish, I need a glass of wine. Because this is what they tell me. I need a glass of wine. Because the information that they're sending home to with the children, there's no explanation. And so if the child don't understand it in the classroom, they cannot translate it when they get home. But what about those parents that only have a 9th grade or 10th grade or 11th grade education or a GED? I worry about those kids because they're going to fall through the cracks somewhere. And why they're going to fall through the cracks? Because if they don't get it in the classroom, when it's time for them to go home, mommy, no, and daddy can help them. Or maybe mommy and daddy not there. And they have to fend for their children and help their siblings with their homework. And so for me, it's the implementation. Not only that, It's the lack of resources for the teachers, the students, and parents, and the support, and the accountability. How are we going to hold school districts, schools, and parents and students accountable for something as a board we don't even have together? And so I just would like to say that I know this is going to be an ongoing issue, but for me, I just hope that we as a board will step back. And I'm not saying Common Core standards. I'm not against the standards. I'm against the implementation, the process. And so I hope that we're able to step back and regroup and look at the policies and fix it before we hold these children, parents, educators, and districts and schools accountable.
Ms. Bradford,
and thank y'all for being here today.
Mr. Kia?
For clarification, is there a motion on the floor?
There's a motion and a proper second.
What is the motion?
To receive the report. That is, it's to receive the report. It is. Am I right? Yes. And thank you, Dr. Beebe, for bringing this to the board. Did you want to say something, Ms. Beebe?
When you close this item, I'd like to say something before you go to the next one.
Okay. We have a motion and a proper second on the floor. Is there any opposition to the motion of receiving the report? Hearing none, the motion carries. Next item, except Ms. Buffy.
I would like to motion that item 3.2 be taken last.
Item 3.2.
I'll second that.
We have a motion and a second to take an item out of order. Is there any opposition? Hearing none, to take it last. That motion carries.
Thank you.
Next item.
So we go to item 2.1 on page 1. Consideration of requests from local education agencies for waivers of policy contained in Bulletin 1706, Regulations for the Implementation of the Children with Exceptionalities Act, as submitted by the State Superintendent of Education. The department recommendation is to approve the waiver request.
So moved.
Second. We have a motion by Ms. Buffy and Dr. Martin, second. Okay. Any discussion or comments? Any opposition to the motion? Motion carries. Next item.
Next item is item 2.2 on page 10, consideration of a waiver of the end-of-course test grading policy contained in Bulletin 741, Louisiana Handbook for School Administrators, Section 2318, the College and Career Diploma, and 2319, the Career Diploma.
So moved.
Thank you, Ms. Buffy. Do I have a second?
Second. Approved.
Mr. Gio? Any comments from the board?
I just want to know if this was a request that came from the field.
Yes.
Thank you.
Any other comments or questions? We have a speaker. He may not be here. Barry Badon?
Nope, not here.
Gave up the ghost. Any other comments from the board? Any opposition to the motion? Motion carries. Next item.
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, Dr. Beebe.
Because I was just trying to get myself together here. On this particular item, as I see that the LEAs will only submit requests to the State Superintendent of Education, and so my concern is why is it given to the superintendent? Why not BESE?
The situation is that these results are coming late. These test results are going to come later than they typically have. That means that on a student-by-student basis, there are potentially graduation results that would be affected. We may see 10 such requests. We may see 5,000 such requests. And I don't think this is probably a decision that the board, student by student, is going to be in a position to get in that level of detail to address. Certainly happy to be contradicted on that, but I think this is probably one where this is going to need a thorough vetting from department staff, student by student, rather than just a kind of writ large waiver like the Dibbles waiver.
So under what conditions do we issue the
The waiver is, the concern is that if the data are late, and let's say that graduation is contingent upon completing this EOC, but this school is on a block schedule, so this student actually wouldn't be able to take this course, or would have to take it concurrent to another course or something like that in the second semester. Well, then you've got a student who needs to know what those outcomes are now, so that potentially, if they failed that EOC, they can still get credit for that course, or they know enough to go ahead and take it in the second semester. It is a student who is in danger of not graduating because of this EOC, and yet the EOC results come back late. So essentially, the school needs to be able to go ahead and give that kid a grade for that course, or they wouldn't graduate. In the case where a school is concerned that a student is on the cusp of potentially being at risk, they might want to apply for a waiver. But that's a student-by-student question. It's not just a writ large, in St. Martin Parish, this doesn't count anymore. And as a result, you're talking about a real level of detail to be analyzed student by student.
Ms. Bradford?
Yes,
I have
Ms.
a
Hill.
question, because I had a situation with the student in one of my districts, which very interesting that she was a student that had 504 accommodations, and she had passed all her required courses, and also she had passed all of the exit exams except one section. I think it was either science or social studies. I can't remember because it was a year ago. However, the district had to submit a proposal or request for a waiver for this young lady to graduate. And when they submitted to the department said they didn't get it in time, so therefore they couldn't render an opinion, and in return the district couldn't allow the student to graduate or march with her class. And so therefore, for the student, it was disheartening for me to see her go through that, because she was already a student that had challenges, and she was a first generation high school graduate. And thank God that I mentored her through the process, but she was not able to graduate until LDOE makes a decision, and so they would not even allow her to march with her class, and so she was able to graduate in July. And so because I mentored her and stayed with her through the process, now she's a college graduate at BRCC. But however, how many other students probably have gone through that transition and didn't have the support of maybe a BESE rep or maybe someone in the community to walk them through this process and to hold their hand and to advocate and fight for them? So that's my concern, especially when you're dealing with students that have IEPs and 504s. And so what can we do as a department? I understand that you're making this request, but what can we do as a department to eliminate some of those layers? Can we say, okay, we're going to, even if we don't render the waiver in time, the districts have the autonomy to still make the decision the child can march with his or her class until the department.
Are you asking, with respect to this policy, what can we do with respect to reducing the time that districts wait to get a response from the department?
Yes, to make so these kids, what can we do as a department to assure that, hey, even if we don't meet the timeline by time graduation, allow the student to at least march with his or her class before we render decisions?
I'd have to know the specifics of that specific situation to understand why she wasn't able to march with her class. I just don't know. In this case, I can assure you that because of the urgency of getting this decision back, because kids have to know, the school has to know in order to know how to grade the kid, we have to get these decisions done by the end of the semester. So in other words, there's a natural timeline that's already set in place here. I'd be happy to look at the specifics of that case if you'd like me to review it and get back to you.
Okay. So will we say that we'll make sure that the decisions are rendered by April?
On this policy?
Yes.
No, I think that it has to be done by the end of the semester, because in other words, just by its nature, the district has to be able to give a grade at the end of the semester. So I would say it'll be done at the end of the semester.
A follow-up question, Mr. White. So in is this a new policy, or in the past has it come before BESE?
I apologize for not giving the context. This is just a transition policy. Because the tests are changing a little bit this year, we're going to have to look at the results of the tests to ensure that they are graded fairly and on a similar scale to what they were graded last year. That's just going to take a couple weeks longer because we have to really analyze the results after they come back. In light of that, you'll have kids taking the end of course tests at the end of the semester. And at the same time, of course, the districts are saying, well, we want a grade. We need to give a grade because this kid's got to know, what's in store for them in terms of graduating. There's probably going to be a small number of kids who are on the cusp of graduating but are really struggling to pass that course. Those kids may be in jeopardy. The district is able to apply for a waiver on such students from grading them, including the EOC and the grade.
Any other questions or comments? Any opposition to the motion? Motion carries. Next item.
Next item is item 4.1 on page 23, consideration of annual approval of new alternative education schools and the annual report regarding alternative education schools. The department recommendation is to approve both, and I've passed out a new backup document for your review.
So moved.
Second. Mr. Lee and Ms. Bofi. Any comments or questions on this item? Do we have a card?
No, that's on
Sean.
No.
Oh, I see. I'm sorry. Yes. Sean Fleming.
I feel like this is an evolving discussion as our standards evolve. I really want to start off by just telling y'all I really appreciate y'all time and endurance that y'all put in. And as I was listening to the discussion on Common Core, and I'll relate it is related to this, but in education, kids with disabilities are often an afterthought when things are put in place. And I've tried to communicate to people, a lot of people that I help educate and advocate for and help them advocate for their kids. I guess it's like Miss Ellis said, their kids, for the most part, a lot of them are in the 57% that aren't reaching the bar now. So if you're telling them to jump higher than they can right now, y'all raising the bar higher than that isn't going to change a whole lot in our world. And the point I'm trying to bring up to y'all with the data I'm going to share with you, it's an issue with our accountability system. And I think it's interesting, up on the screen is level the playing field, compete for opportunity, and I call it the game of competition in education. And one of the solutions seems to be the segregation solution. I pointed it out with, y'all setting up the rules, and so charter schools have, for the majority of them, have half the rates of kids with disabilities in them. And so I've given y'all this is y'all MFP data. I've broken it down a few months ago and shared with y'all how 75% of the top schools in Louisiana are selective admission schools, and 75% of the worst schools are alternative schools. And I want y'all to see what it looks like on a district level, because this is what's happening in the entire accountability structure. And so these are straight off the MFP pages. You can go on y'all page, and right now I'm on page 82. And I don't like to point out school systems because it's not them. It's the accountability structure that's creating this to happen. But I want you to look at Zachary because it's the easiest. It's late. I won't ask you to look at any more than that one. But I've pointed out a bunch of other ones, examples just like this. Zachary has 7 schools. 5 of those schools are A's. The other one is an NA, no grade. The last one is an F. So you have in one school system 5 A's, 1 F. I'm going to read to you the rates of disability in those schools. Here are your A schools. 8.3, 8.6, 8.5, 5.6, 10.3, less than 5, 37.3% of students with disabilities. Guess which one's the F? Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Any other questions on this item? Hearing none, any opposition to the motion? Hearing none, the motion passes. Next item.
Next item is item 6.1 on page 49. Consideration of revisions to Bulletin 741, Louisiana Handbook for School Administrators, and non-public Bulletin 741, Louisiana Handbook for Non-Public School Administrators, to reflect a technical change in the instructional minute requirement. The department recommendation is to approve as a notice of intent.
So moved.
Second.
Mr. Lee and Ms. Bovee. It's like a race. Any comments or questions on this item? We have any cards? We don't have any cards on this one. Sorry. We don't have any. Hearing none, is there any opposition to the motion? Motion carries. Next item.
Your last item is on page 22, item 3.2, consideration of a discussion regarding the Race to the Top Early Learning Challenge Grant Competition and Louisiana's decision not to participate, added to the agenda by Dr. Beebe, and the recommendation is to receive.
Do you have a motion? We need a second? Ms. Hill? Any comments, Ms. Beebe? Dr. Beebe?
Thank you, Ms. Bradford. I'm concerned particularly when we see the number of at-risk students and the fact we know what the studies say about early childhood programs, and the fact remains is that there was the Early Learning Challenge Grant was left on the table, and I want to ask Mr. Superintendent White, why would you leave $44 million on the table? Superintendent White.
Well, let's talk about what it actually is. It's not on the table. There are 36 states that can apply, and there are 3 to 8 awards that would be given. So the odds are 1 in 4 to 1 in 12 that the award would actually be made. Second of all, it's up to $45 million. That would be the full amount that this state could win. And it's over 4 years, so it's a maximum of about $11 million per year at a maximum level on a grant that you have between a 1 in 4 and 1 in 12 shot of winning. Third, it doesn't fund school seats. It doesn't fund classrooms. It doesn't fund expanded capacity. It doesn't fund more opportunity for kids to go in pre-K. It funds central office positions, data systems, and academic standards and tests. So let me repeat that. For early learners, it funds central office staff, data systems, tests, and standards. And it is my feeling that given the fact that it doesn't fund additional seats, that it is a competitive grant with a low chance of success, that all of the issues that are surrounding our K-12 school system that we just heard, which are about standards, data systems, assessments, and central office staff, probably need to be resolved in our K-12 system before we bring that federal grant with federal funding for those things into our early childhood system. I believe our early childhood reforms are going well, and I don't think that they need the distraction of everything that has come with the federal funding of data systems, if you believe that that happens, the federal funding of assessments, the standards dialogue that's going on in our system. Now, we have added $5.5 million annually of state funding for the early childhood pilots, and knowing that they're going to be expanded next year, we're going to add to that. So we're moving things to add state funding to do exactly what it is that the federal funding would have us do. But I just didn't think it was worth the risk of disrupting our early childhood reforms, which are doing such great things, with the distraction of all the things that are going on in the K-12 realm.
Well, why would the emphasis be on administration?
That's just that's the grant. In other words, the grant says you cannot provide additional school seats. It's supposed to be central office staff, data systems, tests, and standards.
Any other comments?
I'd like to make one real quick. I want to thank our own
Mr.
staff.
Reimer?
I mean, after we leave here tonight, they'll finish up behind us and prepare for tomorrow's meeting. And we want to thank y'all for your efforts. It's been a long day for you, and you're unfortunately not finished. So we appreciate it.
Ms. Bradford, has that motion passed to receive?
No, we have one comment.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought we had already.
No, that's all right. That's all right. Dr. Walker Jones. You're just anticipating.
You're going to be very shocked because I'm going to be very brief. I've worked with St. John in their early childhood program. And correct me if I'm wrong, that by not applying for this, other districts like St. John, where they could use that money to supplement or at least supplant some of their administrative costs and then on their own be able to fund some of those seats, won't have that opportunity. Is that correct, Mr. Superintendent?
Really it would depend on the 1 in 12 chance of winning.
Well, I understand the probability, yeah. Okay, I'm with you.
It would depend on what the amount is.
Right.
And C, it would depend on what we actually asked for. I want to be very clear that the grant is very specific in terms of what it calls for. It calls for state-level staffing, data systems, assessments, and standards development. That is what it calls for. Now, whether it results in districts picking up staff is a matter the states could choose to take up.
But already we have, but we have the oversight folks already within LDOE who are going out and helping to oversee some of the preschool programs, especially some of the Head Start programs. So, I mean, it would just seem to me that if it's 1 in 4 or 1 in 12, especially given the propensity of the USDOE to look at states like ours, and again, if we've got all of the stakeholders engaged, and I understand what you mean by the distraction, because you're going to have all of the stakeholders engaged, and however widespread that's going to be across the state, people are going to have to contribute to, or they would have had to contribute to writing the grant. But my concern is that I've seen this in Louisiana, and again, this is my own professional observation, because as teachers, we're frustrated with the fact that we're picking and choosing, and we're losing opportunities, whether it's in the IT area, whether it's in the high-speed rail area, whether it's in the preschool area here. Some of the districts that wanted to do the direct race to the top grants, as you know, which were recently due. It does seem to me that we're appropriately at least giving the direction to the districts in terms of how to maximize what might be the only opportunity we have, because we're not getting a lot from out of the state general budget, but at least to supplement some of that money. And I would just encourage us to do what we can. I understand you've got to make some kind of priorities and opportunity decisions.
I think we're trying to maximize federal dollars. I don't think any state has gone as far as we have in terms of maximizing the flexibility of federal dollars. I just want you and Dr. Beebe and others to understand it is evident, whatever side of the argument you find yourself on, that we are going to have a protracted dialogue in this state about federal role, about data, about assessments and standards. And we believe it is best to let's resolve that on the K-12 level, and then we can take it up with the early childhood level.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Walker-Jones. Any other comments on this motion? Hearing none, any opposition to this motion? Motion carries. We are adjourned.